moving along, I'm going to call us back to order and we kind of are going to start next on the Hewlett Water Master Plan, and that is in the recommendation note. All right, let's see. Okay, Director, I think we'll go ahead and have you explain it.
Okay. Thanks, Madam Chair. So I'm not going to go into the planning studies very much. This is under tab, or not tab, but page 45. And just remind everybody, we had a long discussion back in May on planning study applications and approvals. And since that time have gone through the consultant selection process, RFPs, competitive proposals and prices, and then made the selections on each one of those planning studies. So there's nothing new for Hewlett Water Master Plan besides the funding associated with that from the competitive process is now $166,000.
Thank you, Director. Any questions on the Hewlett Water Master Plan from the Select Water or from the Commission? Okay, and that's alone. So do you want us to go ahead and approve that one since it's a pretty straightforward recommendation? 166,000 is a recommended funding. So I need a motion from the Commission.
Madam Chair, I would like to move that we approve the Hewlett Water Master Plan at 166,000 as recommended by staff.
Second.
Okay, and we have a second from Commissioner Choma. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, that has passed. The next one is we're going to move on to the, Greg, thanks for waiting so patiently. We have the UW Water Research Program funding, and welcome, Greg, and Director, we'll just turn it over to Greg.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Commissioners, Select Water Committee, appreciate the time. I'm here today to present the fiscal year 25 Water Research Program proposals and rankings. As you remember, in our August meeting, both the Select Water and Commissioners approved a RFP to be moved forward to the University of Wyoming research faculty. That RFP was released on campus first part of September. Proposals were accepted into the first part of October, at which time we began our review process. We solicited outside peer reviews for 5 proposals that were received under priorities listed in our RFP. From that, we received about 77 eyes looked at these 5 proposals, 37 outside peer reviews, plus our advisory committee. So we had a pretty thorough and rigorous review. Commissioner Cott participated in those reviews and also in our advisory committee ranking meeting. So he got to see firsthand the process that we go through for that particular part of our selection process. So what I wanted to present to you today is in your notebooks of those 5 projects, we had a very rigorous review of all of these proposals. In order to, as time is of essence, I wanted to first start out with Proposal A, the listing for Proposal A, and then drop down to the advisory committee deliberations. Excuse me, I'm trying to still wash pizza down. So our first proposal, Proposal A, using isotopes to investigate the sources, spatial variation, and movement of nitrate contamination in the Casper Aquifer, Laramie, Wyoming. Looking down at our advisory committee deliberations, you see this is a 2-year project. And the committee stated that given the ongoing demands for water, groundwater studies are important to secure future water supplies. We've talked in the latest meetings that we've had, how important the groundwater issues are, and we were hoping to get proposals dealing with groundwater. Fortunately, we received 2 proposals this year that deal with groundwater, so we're pretty happy about that. This is the first one. We looked at, and it was viewed favorably as an extension of existing research, which would test the use of strontium isotopes to detect sources of nitrates. These particular methods have been used for surface waters in the past and been very successful in being able to identify different sources. The analytics proposed by the PIs are sound. The design raised some questions and suggestions from reviewers to improve the defensibility of the findings given the potentially high-profile ramifications for water users. In essence, the sampling design discussions included a recommendation for sampling to take place over 2 years instead of 1 that was recommended or that was proposed. So we felt that it was a short time period for taking samples and being able to come up with baseline information. Also, there was a lack of, in this, a map, so we couldn't tell really, the review committee could not tell if they're looking at areas that were under livestock, if they were under septic systems, or how they delineate that in their process. So they felt that a map would have been beneficial. Also, the proposal discusses this feature could be applied to other areas, and that was high on the list, being able to identify projects, proposals that could be used throughout the state or other areas of the state to look at this type of work. Proposal B, elucidating mountain front aquifer recharge using machine learning, hydrogeochemistry, and groundwater modeling. The advisory committee deliberations show this is a 3-year project. The project will build on existing work in the Casper Aquifer and provide an updated aquifer model for the Belvoir Ranch. This is a unique opportunity to utilize existing wells and data sets to develop and test the investigators' groundwater sustainability model. The project includes a strong collaborative effort with the City of Cheyenne water managers. This work in the Cheyenne area has been ongoing for several years, and they have complete data sets and monitoring equipment that would be beneficial to the investigators in looking at their project. Another item in there, the committee felt this was a sound project with well-developed methods that would help advance understanding of aquifer sustainability and have excellent transferability to other areas of the state for obtaining groundwater information. So this one came out high on the committee's deliberations. The next proposal, Proposal C, assessing water banking feasibility in Wyoming's Upper Colorado River Basin by leveraging advances in CCU quantification or conservation consumptive use quantification. This is also a 3-year project. In their proposal, they proposed it as a 2.5-year project. Our fiscal years do not operate on half years, so this would end up being a 3-year project. The project proposes to address questions related to implementation of water banking in the Wyoming portion of the Upper Colorado River Basin. It's a complex topic. It was discussed in the deliberations where state agencies are working and working groups are carefully considering policy needs, data requirements, and how to measure benefits. We discussed one of the challenges for the stakeholders has been the varying applications and methods for assessing CCU. This was an ambitious project regarding proposed methods for assessing CCU. It was felt in the committee like they maybe were putting the cart before the horse. In some instances, this could create a division and confusion for stakeholders as preferred methods are currently being considered for adoption by different committees and state engineer's office. Committee felt that there needs to be a more stepwise approach to evaluating water banking feasibility, which includes policy discussions and methods for quantifying use which have been approved and or peer reviewed. The PIs on this particular proposal did not reach out to the state engineer's office, who have been actively involved in looking at water banking, which was a negative on the proposal part. It states here the proposal would have benefited from the PIs reaching out to the state engineer's office to ensure the timing, methods, and steps contributed to current work in the upper Colorado River Basin. We also had concerns in the committee about the budget. The budget was not real clear. There were funding more for staff salaries than for supporting students, which is a negative on our part. One of our main goals is to support the education of students involved in water. However, this funded more for staff salaries. And some hours were also inflated for graduate students. There's basic rules at the University of Wyoming that graduate students can only work so many hours a week. Yet in this proposal, they were doubled the hours. So there wasn't, I don't think, a lot of time spent on the proposal, and the committee found that out in this particular proposal. So I think what I might point out is, especially in this particular proposal, the title that we have, if you look at the title, we really need this work. You know, work in the Colorado River Basin, the Upper Green River, we really need this type of work. And that was considered in this deliberation. And some people said, you know, it's, one of the statements was, I took the bait. I read Upper Colorado River Basin, water banking. We need this work. This is a project we should fund. When you dig into the projects more and look at them on a scientific basis and their budgets, you feel sometimes they need to do more work on it, and hopefully they will, and look at the reviews and maybe come back next year with a little better proposal that we could definitely look at in more positive light. So I think Commissioner Cott maybe saw that in some of our deliberations and the work that went into the discussions on the various projects. And we were fortunate to have him there to realize that and maybe pass some of that on along to some of the commission members. So. Proposal D, quantifying Wyoming forest metrics to better manage wildland fire fuel loads and increase watershed health and subsurface water quality. If we look at our advisory committee deliberations, once again, this is a 3-year project. This project is to develop high-resolution spatial data, assess forest susceptibility to catastrophic wildfire. This project has implications for assessing risk to water availability, water quality, and water infrastructure, including collection and storage facilities from wildfires. This project is supported by the Wyoming State Forestry Department and is viewed as a tool to prioritize land management practices and opportunities to work with local and federal agencies. The work was identified as a priority by conservation districts in the state. And I might point out a high priority. Our representative from the conservation district said this was a #1 issue that is addressed this year. And as we all know, some of the wildfires that we've had in the state, it's been very critical issues to a lot of municipalities and rural folks in our watersheds, both in water quality, quantity, and what will happen after those wildfires. And if we can get a handle on some of the watersheds and how susceptible they are to wildfires and how to manage better. They felt it was a big benefit to have a project like this. It also provides an assessment on a statewide scale. And if they demonstrate the methods to produce a useful tool, it could have broader applications for the Forest Service possibly and other states and regions. So the committee was very positive on this particular proposal. Proposal E, development of an advanced win-win technology for high-value utilization of harmful cyanobacteria blooms and thus preventative reduction of nutrient loading to surface waters. This was an interesting project. It's a 2-year project. It has a novel idea, but we felt that this particular PI kind of lost the mark. He was looking for a way to maybe come up with economic benefit from algal blooms. But on the other hand, our priorities are looking at how do we knock down the algal blooms? So kind of looked at it from an opposite point. And the recommendations were that maybe would be better served to look at municipalities and some of their sewage lagoons. And maybe there is an industrial economic benefit that could be had from looking at those. But it really didn't match what we felt was in our priority as looking at ways to eliminate algal blooms. So with that, those are our 5 different proposals. At the bottom then are our committee rankings of those proposals. They're broken up into 3 tiers. As you can see in the rankings themselves, Proposal D, quantifying Wyoming forest metrics, came out to be our #1 ranked project. The most benefit to the state. It was a well-written proposal. We felt that this would address a lot of priorities in the state for various areas. So the water development requested amount is $168,712. The second project in our tier 1, Proposal B, elucidating mountain front aquifer recharge using machine learning, hydrogeochemistry, and groundwater modeling. Again, this was felt like it was a well put together proposal, would be very beneficial in the sense of groundwater for looking at modeling and sustainability and recharge that could be applied to various areas of the state looking at groundwater resources. Water development requested amount was $200,286. Then there's a middle tier. Our middle tier, a good proposal, however, felt that it could use a little more work. This one did not have the mapping in it to give us more information on where they would be performing the work. This particular proposal came in at $132,529, water development funds. Then we dropped down. There was a large break then in our rankings. So thus the tiering, tier 1, 2, and 3. Tier 3, Proposal E, development of advanced win-win technology for high-value utilization of harmful HCBs. That particular project, as I'd mentioned, felt like there needed to be more work. It didn't really address our priority, but it was a put together a well-written proposal, just maybe missed the mark. Or if they came back with looking at municipalities and their sewage lagoons, maybe a very novel proposal. That one was $180,000. And ranked last was the assessing water banking feasibility at $193,166, basically because of some of the problems that we found in the proposal and the budget with, definitely if they could do some work, clean up the proposal and come back with more defined working and work with the state engineer's office and some of the working groups who felt this would be a good proposal. But not up in the upper upper range for right now. So those are our rankings, our proposals. Present to you. I'm here to recommend maybe follow the direction of our working group and our advisory group in ranking these proposals. They do a lot of very hard work, a lot of rigorous discussion, as hopefully Commissioner Cott could attest to.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg, and Commissioner Cott.
Thank you, Director Kerr and Madam Chair. And thank you, Director Mead. I was given the opportunity, along with other members of the Water Development Commission, to participate in the review of these proposals, as we are every year. This year, I took it one step further and sat in on the ranking of the proposals themselves. I reviewed the proposals, I wrote comments on the proposals, and I think the results that they came up with, the chart there is accurate. I agree with it. I'm from the Colorado River area, and my first thought was, water banking is very important. As Director Kerr said, there were some weaknesses in this, primarily, not coordinating with the state engineer's office, who is doing work in this area, and other groups seem to be a major area that if they did that, they could come back together with a better proposals, and the budget was weak. So that's why it's important, but it ranked low just by the way it was put together. There's experts working on these proposals, absolute scientists. I mean, I read these proposals and I get the title and I might get the last paragraph, but everything in between is hard work. And the folks on the committee that Director Kerr put together are excellent, and they're scientists and they understand this stuff. And so I would go with the recommendations that they have there. The number one proposal, assessing forest health to prevent fires and water and protect our watersheds. We saw that in northern Wyoming this summer. I mean, how important that is. And then the other one is assessing understanding aquifer recharge in urban aquifers, so you can understand the sustainability of those aquifers and help predict urban growth and sustainability and that type of thing. Those top two are right in there. So again, I agree with the recommendations, and I thank you for the opportunity to participate.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. I just have one question, and I probably should know this. How do we determine the university matching funds? Because it's obviously not a proportion, it's random. How does that come out?
Madam Chair, the university matching comes in with individuals' salary match, which are real dollars from the faculty. They aren't a set percentage. We usually like to have at least 20% matching from the university. And then after projects are funded, because of the time differentiation between when we fund and the USGS, because this is part of the program is the USGS, then we bring in the USGS for matching funds later.
Thank you. So any other questions or comments? If not, then what they recommended is that the first two projects that are ranked, which are the D and B, would be funded by the Wyoming Water Development Commission in the amount of $368,998 is where we landed. Is that correct, Director? So I would look for a motion to approve that funding if that's what people want, or whatever funding they would like to propose.
Madam Chair, I would like to hear if Select Water has any opinion on. I know a couple of these came from Select Water, and I'd like to hear if they have an opinion.
Great, thanks. Commissioner Steinmetz?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I agree with the top two that you've selected, and I think you've done a great job, so thank you. I don't know about the rest of Select Water. It looks like Representative Nyman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too agree. I think that proper management of our forests have a direct effect. In fact, I can almost, in my personal experience on our ranch, of timber management and the direct result of increased watershed improvement and water flows. And so I do appreciate that. And that should be extremely valuable, going forward in managing our resources. So thank you. Those are very good.
Madam Chairman.
Speaker Summers.
Madam Chairman, I wasn't gonna comment, but since others are, I will. So, on the one on the Colorado River, the one thing that bothered me about the analysis, and I don't disagree that maybe it needed work. But CCU is very controversial in the agricultural community. And I think it's really important that different methodologies be investigated to understand that better, regardless of what direction the Colorado River Basin, the regulators may be going. So if the regulators had their nose out of joint, perhaps because this was being examined, I don't agree with that. I do believe that better understanding CCU is going to be really critical in the long run. And I do know that there are efforts out there to investigate that, including efforts that are being funded by a variety of funding mechanisms. And I think some of this has been well talked about in all of these advisory groups. So it's not like I think what these folks brought out hasn't been discussed in the advisory group or elsewhere. Whether the proposal was a legit proposal or a good one, you guys evaluated that, and I appreciate that. But I didn't like that statement in there, and I'm going to find it in just a second. Let me see where we're at. In the write-up, it says this could create division and confusion for stakeholders as preferred methods are currently being considered for adoption. I think if we do not ask questions now, we may never find out everything we need to know. So I think now is the time to ask those questions. So it's my 10 cents.
Thank you, Speaker Summers. Commissioner Cobb.
Just one comment, CCU stands for conserved consumptive use. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that input from Select Water. Okay, so then what I'm looking for is a motion to approve the
Madam
funding.
Chair,
Commissioner Glick,
I make a motion that we approve the tier 1D quantifying Wyoming forest metrics to better manage wildland fire fuel loads and increase watershed health and subsurface water quality in the amount of $168,712. And then B, elucidating mountain front aquifer recharge and using machine learning, hydro geochemistry, and groundwater modeling in the amount of $200,286. And the total amount of, what is it? What's the total amount? $368,998.
thank you for that motion. Commissioner Glick, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a second. Any discussion? Thank you, Commissioner Hogan. All right. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Okay, that motion is passed. Thank you, Greg, for helping us out. Thank you, Commissioner Cott, for joining in as well.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Select Water, thank you very much.
Okay, we'll move on to the next item, which is the account 1 transfer 2025 in the amount of $1.5 million. Director?
So Madam Chair, on this one, I suggest we table this one as well, depending on if there are other funds that are added on top of the recommendations we've made in account 2 that'll affect this one. So.
Okay, thank you, Director. We will table that for now and move on to the level 3 projects, starting with the CAID lateral, which is a 50% grant, and we'll go to you, Director, on that.
So for everybody to catch up, we're on page 61 of the recommendations Z notebook. This is the first project under account 2, level 3 projects. This is the Casper Alcova Irrigation District lateral 256 check structure. And basically a replacement of a check structure that's in very poor condition. I think this was very, very high on their priority list that came out of the master plan. And it'll help protect a drop structure that they're just finishing up with. They also had a request for 3,300 feet of lining of the canal, but that was roughly 7 miles downstream of the check structure. So we considered that 2 separate projects. And based on what we were talking about yesterday, to get everybody a chance at the funding, that we were only going to approve 1 project per sponsor at most this year. So our recommendation right now is a 50% grant for the check structure only in the amount of $372,000, $372,500. I would point out under superscript 1, where it says not to exceed 50% of eligible costs, it says for design, that's a mistake. It should just be for eligible costs. So just a quick clarification there. And then I'd encourage the
Thank
sponsor
you.
to introduce themselves.
Yes, you guys can introduce yourselves, please.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Select Water Committee. I'm Joan McGraw. I'm the District Manager at the Casper Alcova Irrigation District. And beside me here is Garrett Zimmer with WWDC Engineering here in Casper. This project is in one of our main laterals. It's 256 lateral and it's 16 miles long approximately, and irrigates about 9,500 acres. A few years ago, we had a 15-foot weir fail, and that is going through level 3, and it's going scheduled for construction this December 1st. This 60-inch drop structure is about 1,200 feet upstream from there. And it's critical because it is listed as failing in our level 1 study that we just had completed, and I believe will be presented next month to you. Yeah. But anyway, it is listed as critical and failing, and it just, if we don't get that fixed, it could affect the 256 and just to the lining project that is quite a bit further downstream, but we just have in that whole lateral, we have severe seepage and flooding leaking throughout there. And so eventually we do need to address all of that, but these 2 are the most critical at the moment. That's right there on that 256, and it is at the top, pretty much at the top of that lateral. So
Garrett, any comments?
No comments at this time.
Okay, thank you, Joan. Any questions about this project from the commission or Select Water? No, seeing none, you're getting off easy. So thank you for coming down and giving us this coming here and giving us the information. Appreciate it.
good to be after lunch.
Yeah, good come after lunch when we're tired. Slow down. Okay, again, we know we're gonna pull the ones that do not fund. Do you want us to go ahead and approve them one by one, given that, Director Mead, or how would you prefer that we deal with this?
If you want to go through them and just recommend them as we go, that's fine.
It may be easier, a little less confusing. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so this is the requested funding. They're doing it at a 50% grant. The recommended funding is the $372,500 for the CAID lateral. So I would be looking for a motion to approve that from the commission.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Hosey,
I would like to move that we approve their funding based on staff recommendation.
thank you. Do I have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Lawson. Thank you. And any discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion is passed. Thank you. We're moving on to the Casper tank replacement.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is for the city of Casper. They've got a 10 million gallon finished water reservoir that's aging. and they're looking to replace that with two 3 million gallon storage tanks for a total of 6 million gallons. When we looked at this, there was a level 1 master plan done about a decade ago, if I recall correctly. Might have been earlier than that, but it suggested they only needed about 3.3 million gallons. So of that 6 million gallon request, we are proposing or recommending that we only fund the equivalent 3.3 of 6, which is about 55% of their original request. So our recommendation is a 50% grant in the amount of $4,624,675, and they do have all their easements in place already. So
Thank you, Director. Welcome. If you state your name for us.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, members of the Select Water Committee, my name is Tom Brower. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the City of Casper. And first and foremost, I want to thank the Water Development Commission. I was reflecting this weekend on all the Water Development Commission projects that have helped out the City of Casper for during the 33 years that I've worked in Casper. And so we really appreciate it. We wouldn't have the safe, robust, reliable water system we have without the Water Development Commission and without the legislature supporting the Water Development Commission. With that being said, and on behalf of our 22,000 taps and roughly 50,000 customers that are served by the City of Casper water system, that's not the regional water system, that's just the City of Casper. So we're requesting that you consider the possibility for funding both 3 million gallon tanks. And I wanted to give you, I'm going to keep this brief because I know you've been here a long time and have a lot more on your plate. But, the purpose of water storage tanks is for emergency storage and daily storage and fire storage. And, that storage is always needed. And the thing we worry about the most is that emergency situation. The 10 million gallon reservoir for the City of Casper really sits at the hub. It's right at the corner of Hollywood and Vine. It's right in the center of Casper. In fact, this is the location where the first water storage tank in Casper was located near the turn of the century that was fed by Elkhorn Creek. So this buried 10 million gallon reservoir has been there for over, it was built in the 50s, so over 60 years. And that water tank has been problematic for most of its life. We put a liner in it in the 80s, and the liner continued to leak, and we have some problems with it. So this tank has been an issue from a standpoint of leaking, from a standpoint of water quality. Big, giant reservoir of water. So when we go to clean it, we have to take all that water out of storage and maintain the system while we're cleaning that tank or recoating it or repairing it. So it's a problematic structure, has been for a long, long time. The tank serves the central zone of Casper, which that central zone of Casper is about 5.1 million gallons per day. That's average how much water is supplied by that tank every day, 5.1 million gallons. During a peak day, that's 13.7 million gallons. Also in the shadow of this tank, just right down the hill from this tank, probably a pitching wedge away, is the Oakcrest Booster Station, which is the largest booster station in the City of Casper. And that booster station has 3 pumps that can pump up to 9.8 million gallons per day. So again, there's roughly 15 million gallons per day that can be coming out of this reservoir as water that feeds the customers in Zone 1, and then water that's supply for this booster station. So the design of these tanks was set up we took a heck of a reduction because in size, because today we worry a lot about water quality, where when this tank was built, we just wanted volume, volume, volume. But now we really care about water quality. And so our sizing was, hey, let's try and keep the sizing as small as we can. And so we suggested 2 3 million gallon tanks. And the reason why is water storage tanks require some maintenance, some ongoing maintenance. Every 5 years, we have to clean those tanks. Every 15 to 20 years, we have to coat those tanks. And in order to do that, you have to take the tank out of operation for painting, for coating, for 6 to 9 months. So a long period of time. And when this tank's out of service, then we're relying on the transmission mains and the high service pumps from the water treatment plant to pump all the way to this location and feed that 15 million gallons of supply. So the tanks are very, very important for the city, and very important that we have some level of redundancy. On top of that, there's the economy of scale. The fact that we're going to build 2 tanks, we're going to save some money. Unfortunately, I think the last tank erector we had in Wyoming is gone. So the majority of these tank erectors come from out of state. So we have the mobilization, the foundation, the tank erection, the tank coating. And so there's some economy of scale. The other one, frankly, the roughly I'm dealing with a lot of big projects right now, and roughly construction inflation right now, I'm telling our city council is 5 to 6% for construction inflation. And right now, if we delay that one of those tanks, that's $400,000 worth of inflation every year. So I can tell you from the city standpoint, and my recommendation to the city is we absolutely need to build both of those tanks as quickly as possible. Number one, we're going to need the redundancy of the two tanks for our biggest storage area. And number two, at the economy of scale and the inflationary impacts that we have if we kick this can down the road a couple years and it costs us another $800,000 to build that tank. So the total project cost is $16,817,000. And the commission is recommending $4,624,675 $4.6 million in grant funding. So we're requesting that we get the 50% grant funding for the whole project, which would be a grant of $8,408,500. If we don't get that grant, then the city needs to go out and find $12,192,000 to match the $4.6 million coming from the commission. And so we're already applying to the SRF for a drinking water loan. We'll certainly, turn over every stone we can to try and find other grant sources. But we're optimistic and hopeful that this group will consider the possibility of funding that 50% grant when they realize the importance of this critical infrastructure for Casper that's right in the core of the city, and the importance of having some redundancy of storage in the middle of our system, in the center part of our system. So with that, I would stand for any questions. And again, I'm just very grateful for the opportunity and grateful for the support that this group has provided.
Thank you, Mr. Brower, for that help. So right now, the recommendation is that this is at a 50-50 level versus the 67 from before, right? I'm just curious, just want to ask that. Okay, do we have any questions from the commission? Oh, great. Senator Cole?
Thank you.
Senator Larson, did you also have your hand?
Thank you,
The
Madam
next.
Chair. Yeah, the general question is why haven't you saved the money to do this? What is going on here? I mean, you have a large population base. It isn't like you got 60 people living there. So just what is going on with how you're conducting your finances when it comes to any capital replacement or capital construction upgrades? Could you help me understand that a little better? Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Certainly, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Senator, we do have a healthy savings in Casper. We have money that is in reserves for the water system, but we also have a lot of needs in the water system. Right now, as we sit, I'm working on a $16 million project for new ozone generators and UV disinfection at the water treatment plant. Right now, in the last few weeks, I've had 8 or 10 leaks in the water system. So we're funding $2 million worth of cast iron water line replacements every year. So there's a lot of needs that are drawing out of that. Concurrently with that, we just proposed a rate to the city council. I'll be taking that to the city council on the 10th of December to increase our rates again. We just increased them last year. We're going to increase them again this year. And so we do actively try and save money. But we also have a lot of needs and a lot of demands in the water system that just continue to stack up and add up. So just like every community, prior to this job, I was a consultant. Every community I ever worked for, we tried to save money, but inevitably, when you had some of that aging infrastructure that caught up with you, the time came due that you had to pay those bills.
Thank you, Mr. Brower. Senator Larson?
Madam Chairman, thank you. I guess I had a question, on average over the, I don't know, 40, 50 years or whatever, like on every 10 years, what do you think you're getting from Wyoming Water Development for projects? I think Cheyenne is kind of like about 18 million every 10 years. Are you guys in that range? And then I have a follow-up.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commission, Senator, I was looking at the recommendation from staff here, and I noticed for the last 8 years, we haven't applied for anything.
Gotcha.
A previous water master plan that I worked on in 2005, I think it was 2006, and we built a lot of booster stations and some water storage tanks as part of that. And so there was a period of time where there was a significant number of projects. When I look at this, it looks like we're from 2005 to 2015, in round numbers, were $7 million for the projects that were funded. We've struggled like everybody, and believe me, I know this from whether it's the police station, the wastewater treatment plant, whatever the project that I'm working on, which it changes day by day. You know, the inflationary impacts of COVID, 2009 to 20 to where we're at today, are roughly 50 to 70%, depends on what it is. And so, you know, that number has definitely jumped up and bit us. And it's the competing interest where I've got elected council people that don't want to raise rates dramatically. Believe me, my whole approach in all these projects that need funded, which includes the ozone generator and UV, is that I'm going to go to the council and to the regional water system and say, we must raise our rates in order to fund this. I had a reflection because when I first came to work, all the interceptor sewers and all the sewer projects were being built because EPA passed the Safe Drinking Water Act amendments and the Clean Water Act, and that was in the late 70s. And from that, EPA just poured money into the system. For years and years, I built sewer lines, interceptor sewers and lift stations. And it's fascinating now because now the piper's coming due because a lot of that infrastructure is 40 and 50 years old. It was all built with this federal grant funding, and then we're left holding it. I agree with you, Senator Kolb, that we have a responsibility for saving money and trying to save as much as we can. But I also have to address the problems when they arise and try and get them replaced. And I think it's my responsibility to the ratepayers to try and seek out available grant funding, whether we're a small little town or whether we're the second largest community. You know, I'm here representing 50,000 taxpayers and 50,000 ratepayers for our water system.
Thank you for that explanation. I'm going to continue if that's all right. Obviously, we've been fighting keeping our funds in water account one, not having to go and pay off for a state engineer's office operation. And quite often we have legislators that are pushing to use the money other places, like I just stated. I would like to encourage, and hopefully you are reaching out to your local legislators. I think that's been a request from Wyoming Water Development to make sure they know when dollars are being used and how important they are. So I guess that would be my question. Have you reached out to your local legislators to make sure they're aware of your project and maybe getting funding from these dollars?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Senator, yeah, we try and stay actively involved. I spoke with the Natrona County Republican Party the other day. It wasn't specifically about this, but we try and stay actively involved and understand the challenge that the state has and the legislatures have in trying to balance where that money goes. And again, very selfishly, because I run water, sewer, streets, solid waste, parks and rec for the city of Casper, I'd love to see more funding available for that. But I also understand in the absence of coal severance taxes and all the other challenges, how that balancing act has to take place in Cheyenne.
Chairman Steinmetz.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just have a couple questions for you, and one is I serve on the Capital Finance and Investment Committee as well. And so your city and county have been approaching us so that they can use all of their excess money and put it in private equities and invest in the stock market. And so looking at the holistic picture of the state and the finances of so many communities that don't have that kind of resource, how do we justify spending on these projects when you're looking to put money in the stock market?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Senator, I don't necessarily feel qualified to answer the question about you know, whether we should or should not invest in the stock market. However, I've reflected over my entire career, 33 years, how there's been a desire. I remember in the old days with the Water Development Commission, you need to have a sinking fund. You need to have a sinking fund. And I worked as a consultant, I worked mostly for smaller groups of people and smaller entities, a lot of water and sewer districts, a lot of water and sewer and improvement service districts that were started because of the Water Development Commission. And I think it's fascinating that because the city of Casper has tried to be very fiscally responsible and save that money, that in some way that precludes us then from getting some of the grant funding that's available. When you have other communities or other water and sewer districts, other improvement service districts that have not saved any money, and we're like, wow, they're really poor. We need to support them. And I think it's fascinating because frankly, and I don't mean to be offensive, but I'm really unapologetic for the city of Casper being fiscally very responsible. I don't want to say constantly, I'm routinely having challenging conversations with the head of finance in Casper saying, hey, let me borrow some more money. We've got to put some more money to work here. I'm trying to fund a police station, a remodel for a police station, because our police station's 45 years old and frankly an embarrassment. And it does not serve our community well. It does not serve our police force well. I've got an aging wastewater treatment plant and an interceptor sewer that's 48 inches in diameter that's falling apart. I've got a lot of challenging projects, but she's very much towing the line along with the city manager that says, no, we have a responsibility to maintain some savings. And again, I find it kind of fascinating that then the communities that are fiscally responsible are the ones that should say, you shouldn't be here. You should go away and you should let somebody that hasn't saved money, that hasn't been fiscally responsible, have some of this funding.
Just a follow-up question. How do you justify increasing rates on your ratepayers when you're putting money in savings and in the stock market?
Madam Chair, Commission, Senator, that's part of proper fiscal management of an enterprise fund. In an enterprise fund, you don't just allocate the rates just to cover just your bills and then go borrow every ounce of money. Part of our fiscal responsibility is to have some savings. Let's take a hypothetical situation where something very horrible happens at the water treatment plant. Maybe a bad example because that's a regional water entity, but the 36-inch crosstown pipeline has a catastrophic failure. We need some of that money in savings so we can address those kind of catastrophic events when they occur. Same thing at the wastewater treatment plant. The most precious natural resource in Casper and much Wyoming is the North Platte River. And I'm constantly saying that's why we have to invest money in the wastewater treatment plant, is to protect our most precious natural reserve, which is the North Platte River. And if we do not have money in savings, now those are all very liquid assets, so we have access to them. It's my understanding from our head of finance, so that we have access to them in that case. And yeah, so I think it's fascinating because the city of Casper emulates the state in some ways. We have some of these savings accounts and we have earnings from those, and those go to supplement our budget every year. Just like interest off the permanent trust fund goes to supplement and stabilize the state's budget every year. The city of Casper kind of emulates the state of Wyoming in that case.
One last follow-up.
Okay.
Just to clarify, this is in excess of your regular savings and your sinking funds. They are approaching us for a long-term investment opportunity in private equity. So just to be very clear on that, thank you.
Thank you. I have a Speaker Summers.
Madam Chairman, thank you. Just briefly, you talked about a revolving fund loan. Do you guys have other revolving fund loans out there, or would this be would you have a good path towards one, or are you already obligated to several?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Select Water Committee, yes, we already have several of them out there. I'm sorry I don't have that at my fingertips how many we have. But I know from looking at some budget issues yesterday, there was a couple with regional water. I believe we have some water, and I know we have some on the clean water side for an interceptor sewer lining project, the one that I spoke to when we lined a portion of that interceptor sewer. So we did err. The city of Casper wasn't on the intended use plan last year. They kind of cleaned up the intended use plan and mopped everybody out. And we erred in not getting on that list. So we are going to be back on that list effective here within the next month when it opens up, and plan to go after very aggressively both drinking water and clean water loans. As I mentioned on the wastewater side, and then absolutely on the water side for both regional for the ozone generators and UV disinfection, and also for this project, whether we're successful in getting whatever amount of grant funding we get today, we're going to move forward, or it's my intention to move forward with the construction of both 3 million gallon tanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Senator Kolb?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a general question. It kind of piqued my curiosity that could you list off how many people, House, Senate members, Board of County Commissioners in Natrona County have wrote a letter of support for this request? Because you got a lot of people representing Casper. I mean, it's a big community. So I just like to hear who signed up to support this. If you could please help me with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Senator, I didn't prepare this application. I don't know. My best guess is none. And that's a bit of an embarrassment for me as well. It's something, I've only been in this job for a year, but I've learned a lot. And one of the things I've said from day one is we need to improve our relationship with our elected officials. We need to improve that, and so they can represent us well at the state, and we need to do that. I know Carter Napier, and I'm sorry he couldn't be here today. He had some other commitments. He was intending on being here, but I know he's very actively involved in WHAM. But I think, you know, we're a big enough city. We have enough, I have enough time that I can make the time to meet with those folks and meet with them. I could tell you historically from applying for a lot of Water Development Commission grants over 33 years, I don't remember one where I solicited a senator or representative to write a letter of support. But I can also recognize the importance that sends to all of you that says, hey, here's 12 of my peers, hypothetical number, that support this. So, you know, I support my peers. I support they've looked at this critically if they're willing to, you know, set their hand to paper and say they support it. So I greatly appreciate the comment. Again, I don't think we've done a good job of doing that. I will commit to you that we are going to do a better job of that in the future.
I have a quick question. So the reason why the funding is just different, and this is probably for, Bill, probably for you, is basically that you had a master one plan and it recommended 3.3 million gallons or for the tank. And what they're saying is we want 2 of those. And so you're saying, well, we're only going to fund the one. And what do you feel about their second ask on the extra one? I'm just kind of wanting to get your opinion.
And I would still stick, you know, we had this discussion briefly yesterday about needs versus wants. We have basically follow DEQ recommendations on this. We don't come up with a number. That number may be a little out of date, but we followed up. Unfortunately, our project manager, so we have a little bit of turnover staff on both sides. They did follow up on that earlier number. It did sound like that was still relatively applicable, even though it's a little out of date. So basically we stuck with that number that was determined that 3.3 million gallons was the DEQ need or requirement.
For all of Mr. Brewer, and for you also, I guess, is that you do have the 10 million gallon tank and you want to decommission it, but is it really necessary right at the moment, or could you wait and use that one for a while you put it, you know, how long will it last, I guess is the question.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, member of the Select Water Committee, that tank's over 50 years old. It's approaching 60 years old. The tank leaks. We put a liner in it 45 years ago in round numbers. The liner leaks. So it really has reached the end of its useful life. From a standpoint of water quality, that tank is #1 on my operator's list as far as the thing that gives them the greatest concern for water quality. Because again, we have a tank that's almost nearly full all the time. We've installed mixers in a lot of our tanks to make water quality better and eliminate freezing problems. It can't do that in a big giant 10 million gallon tank. It's impossible to try and mix it efficiently. So it is a challenging water quality issue. Whenever we have to take that tank out of operation, it's all hands on deck because we're constantly running and cycling high service pumps to make sure we can keep water supplied to that zone and to that pump station that can pull 10 million gallons a day out of that portion of the system.
Thank you, Mr. Brower. Did you have a question?
Just one quick follow-up. Just to follow up on Senator Kolb's, and it's for everybody. One of the reasons we talk about getting support from your local communities is because when we go out on the floor of the legislature, we really need support by legislators who definitely have projects that are being funded out on the floor of the legislature. And point in case, when the Board of Control budget started coming out of water account number 1, that's been a big hit to all of our projects across the state as far as how much is available for all of you to use in your local communities. And so we really need everyone to be communicating with, if you value this program and if you want us to keep being able to fund projects, we really need the support of everybody's legislators and for them to understand how valuable this is. Sometimes there's a common misconception that this is only for agricultural water, which I would say benefits everyone in the state, but there is a lack of understanding of how much of this goes for municipal uses. And so it's very important that we communicate to everyone and that they're not just hearing it from us as their colleagues, but they're hearing it from you as their constituency back home. So that's just to further expand on that. Thank you.
Any further?
Over here, Lisa.
Okay, Commissioner Cott, please.
This may be a question for Bill. So you mentioned that the DEQ's recommendation in this situation to replace this tank is 3.3 million gallon tank, and that's what we're funding, right? And that the second tank is to support is duplication in case one tank fails. Help. What's your view of the second tank?
I'll give my view and then I'll let Tom give his view. Essentially, yes, in the way we broke this up when we looked at the costs, we did not put any reduction or anything on the transmission lines that are required, any of the valving, everything else. We left all of that sized as it was for the 3 million gallon tanks and did not put any reduction on that. What we did put a reduction on was the tank size. So essentially the math works out to that's basically a 45%. 55% we thought was eligible, 45% we thought was ineligible. That was only applied directly to the tank costs, not all that ancillary equipment. We didn't do it 55% across the board. We tried to just concentrate on the tank size. And yes, our understanding is we've talked to the previous director at the city of Casper, was that the second tank was primarily for allowing for one tank to be down while the other tank is maintained, cleaned, etc., to give some ability to go back and forth. Because we questioned why not just one 4 million gallon tank that seemed to meet the need. The idea of 2 3 million gallon tanks gave a little bit of ability to have one down for recoding, have one down for cleaning, etc., during the winter.
Madam Chair, I would just add, we have a lot of communities throughout the state. Bill already mentioned we have a finite amount of funding. It's fairly simple. We're trying to fund the needs and not the wants. I heard redundancy a couple times. And there are many municipalities throughout the state that only have one tank. And I know it's not convenient to be able to maintain with just one tank, but again, we only have so much money. I mean, it's fairly simple.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Brower, we'll let you say whatever you'd like real quickly.
Madam Chairman, I can understand and I can accept fully. Again, we're grateful, very grateful for $4 million in grant funds. However, when they reduced the funding for one tank, they reduced the whole project cost by 45%. They just took the bottom line number and took off 45%. So that's 45% of site work, 45% of piping, 45% of fencing, 45% of everything. And so I provided, and I've got one that I shared with Bill before, and I'll share again. If we just take the cost for the tank at 3.5 million and the cost for the tank foundation, the tank coating at 500,000, that's $4 million. And then I add in construction, contingency, inflation, then the haircut, if you will, that we get is appreciably less. And the WWDC grant would be $5,672,000. So if in fact, and I understand when limited resources, you guys are saying we can't fund, it's nice for Casper to have redundancy, but if we can't fund that, my only request would be is that you consider just cutting the cost for the second tank, not all the other things that have to happen anyway. And Casper will show up and pay for the price of that tank. We'll get the necessary funding to build that other tank.
I appreciate that input, Mr. Brower. I appreciate it. Mr. Bill, I think you said it was different than that. And so that's a little bit tricky for us. I mean, I don't have all these figures and information. So can you help me?
And I'm looking back to see exactly. It was my understanding from the project manager, that it had only been cut of the tank and not the things. However, looking at the bottom number, it does look like it was a 55% across the board. So, Ms. Brower is correct on that it was probably cut a little more than what I thought it was. So.
Thank you for that clarification.
Madam Chairman, if the Public Works Director from the city of Casper could restate that number again.
Mr. Brower.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, Commissioners, the proposed WWDC grant would be $5,672,000. $5,672,000. So I took the components that were associated with the tank, and I tried to add all the other things, engineering, contingency, inflation. And so that cost was $5,473,000. So I reduced that from the total and then divided by 2. Again, I've got multiple copies. If anybody wants this, I would been not trying to be argumentative, just trying to advocate for my project.
All right, Commissioner Cott.
Just one more question on that. So that $5,672,000 would be the 50% amount that you could be asking for from the Wyoming Development Commission.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner, that is correct.
Okay. Director Mead.
I would suggest we table this for a few minutes. Bill can work out the numbers. We can come back to it.
Okay, thank you, Director. We will do that, if that's all right with the commission. But I would like to point out that they are doing it 50-50 and some of them are doing it 67-33. So I'll give that in Casper's favor. Just for my own opinion, discussion purposes, I don't think we should fund the second one because we are trying to watch where we go and they can't get a loan for it. So I'm not trying to be mean, but it's tricky. So I just wanted to throw that out. Well, we'll have Bill go through and calculate out because we want to do it right. And Bill's new to the project. He sort of got handed off to him. So that's not his fault that he's having to play catch up ball. So we'll let him go ahead and do that for us if the commission is okay with that. Okay. All right. So give us a few minutes. We'll go back to that one and then we'll go on then. Thank you so much, Mr. Brower, for coming here. We appreciate your attendance. The next one, let's see, sorry. Okay, Cottonwood Irrigation, right? Director Mead?
Madam Chair, that's correct.
Okay, just checking. Okay, I'm just bouncing around. Got to make sure I know where I'm going here. Thank you. And we know who you are, but if you could introduce yourself again. And
So this project.
Okay, I have someone virtually. I have Cottonwood Irrigation. Is that Dave Kennington there?
That is Kelly Johnson, who's the president of Cottonwood
Okay.
Irrigation.
Kelly? Thank you for joining us. Can we hear you?
Yes.
You can hear us.
can
Can
hear
you
you.
say hi just to make sure? Great. Great. Thanks for joining us. Okay, and who else is here with us then?
Okay, Madam Chair, Director Mead said I could go ahead and explain what's happening here. This application is to continue on with a phased approach of fixing some of these old lines that are worn out for the Cottonwood Irrigation District. And we really appreciate the money that the commission has afforded this district in the past, and we are working to correct up the major problems and feel like we're making really good progress and getting towards the end of that. So with that, Kelly, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
You bet. Thank you, Madam Chairman, Commissioners, and Select Water Committee. I apologize I couldn't be there today, and appreciate that we can join by Zoom. Thank you for that. And also thank you for your support in the past. Just a little outline of this project. We've been trying to replace our main lateral line in an irrigation system that was built in 1972. And it's a steel line. And we're to the point now that if we have a leak in our line and we dig that line up to repair it, wherever we remove the dirt from the pipe, it just seems to fall apart and just leaks worse than it did before we dug it up. So, we're 52 years old. With this grant, we would be able to finish our main line so that, we've been focusing on this because if we have to shut this main line off, it affects almost everyone in the irrigation district. And this would be the last project of that main line. So we're trying to get all of that done so that then everything after that is can be isolated and repaired individually without affecting all of the landowners.
Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate that help. I have a question for, I guess, I don't know, maybe Bill, is the requested funding was 529,500 and the recommended funding is 598,000. So if you just explain it to us, please.
Sure. Some of that, like I said, was also the number that comes in usually doesn't have inflation. We've added some inflation. Also, there was a request for loan funds during the design phase while they're acquiring their other matching funds. So they have it's shown on there is 4.26%. That's actually 50% of the pre-construction costs. So basically it'd be a 50-50 match on the pre-construction costs and then a 50% match on the construction costs. So the numbers just look a little weird there. And basically it was that combination of a little bit of rounding of numbers, a little bit of inflation added in, adjusting things a little bit based on current bids we're seeing. We are actually seeing some good pipeline prices right now, but we did tweak the prices a couple of places based on more recent bids that we've seen. So I think we are slightly above for those reasons.
Thank you, Bill. Any comments?
No, we think that was really good from Bill to do that for us.
Thank you. Okay, any questions from the commissions, Select Water on this? Seeing none, on this one, we could go ahead and ask for a motion from the commission, which would approve the recommended funding of $598,000, a 50% grant and 4.26% loan. If someone is of the ilk to do so.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Cott. Do I have a second? Okay, second by Commissioner Glick. And do we have any discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you so much. Director Mead, do you want us to go back to the Casper tank replacement or give it Bill a little time? I know we kind of went right next to the next project.
Madam Chair, I think we're prepared to go back, and I believe Tom Brower's number is accurate. So that recommended funding would change to $5,672,000.
Okay, so this is for the Casper tank replacement using only one tank. It's a 50-50 grant, and the new number is $5,672,000. Does anyone want to make a motion to approve that?
I would like to make a motion to approve the $5,672,000 for the one replacement tank.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, second by Commissioner Lawson. Okay, any discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion is carried. Thank you, Bill, for figuring that out for us, and we appreciate that. Okay, let's go on to the next one, the EVIDD Farson Lateral Phase 4A.
All right, so
Director
this is converting approximately 15,000 feet of open ditch into pipe. Eden Valley has applied for NRCS funding, so that pays for 100% of the design and then 75% of the construction costs. So they're looking at requesting a 25% grant in the amount of $1,112,500. I believe we have. Is that back?
It looks like Brian Dieter may be online is what I have.
Ed Burton, you want to come up?
Ed, come on up, and is Brian online? Yes.
Put you on the spot.
Yes,
Okay, Brian, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Yes, thank you.
Great, we can hear you too. So thank you. If you want to jump in on anything, let us know. Okay, go ahead and state your name. Hey, Mr. Burton, welcome.
Ed Burton, Eden Valley Irrigation District. I was kind of asleep back there. I gotta wake up here a little bit and see what's going on.
Go eat some more pizza. I think we have leftovers. Okay, we can have. Do you want me to have?
Okay, this one was applied for, I think, in 2022. It was supposed to be completed by 26, but we had other funding coming in on the sides, huh?
Well, that's part of it.
Pardon me?
I said that
Brian,
part of
go
this
ahead.
includes that other project.
Oh.
Would you like me to explain the PL 566 funding, Ed?
That would be great, Brian. We'll have you jump in real quick and then we'll go back to Mr. Burton. So perfect.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Ed's correct. A small portion of this includes a project that was funded earlier, and and then we got some additional funding through NRCS's PL 566 project, which includes a lot of different projects, not only this project. We're just trying to get one phase of this project funded. So the NRCS funds all of the design and environmental at 100%, and they fund 75% of construction. And so the state has already funded or helped fund a portion of other phases of the Farson lateral. This is the fourth phase of this lateral. And like I said, NRCS has funding at 75%. So we're asking for, the district is asking for 25% from WWDC.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Dieter. So basically what we're doing is we're taking an open ditch and converting it into pipe to eliminate losses. Do you have anything you'd like to add, Mr. Burton? Apologize. Would you like to add anything, Mr. Burton? Great. Is there any questions from the commission or select water? Okay, great. Speaker Summers, please.
Madam Chairman, thank you. I guess my question is, what is the district putting into this? So the federal government's doing 75%, the state's 25%. I assume the district has some skin in the game, but it's not readily apparent.
Mr. Dieter? Did you hear the question?
Is that
You need
question
us to
directed to
repeat
me, Madam Chair? Excuse me, or is that for?
Yes, now it is. It's your lucky day.
Okay, I would probably defer that question to Ed. I don't believe the district has come with any funding towards this project.
So Director, how does that work? I mean, don't we normally have them have some skin in the game, or because they went out and found federal funds, do we say, okay, we're going to reward you? Maybe that's kind of how it goes.
That's how we've been handling it. They went to the effort. They're asking for less than most sponsors ask for by getting that federal funds. That's what we're encouraging. It's less money out of pocket. It's more projects on the ground. It's less money out of our program. The most efficient way for these districts to get stuff done. So
Thanks for that help and we appreciate that. Thanks, Director, and thanks for the question, Speaker Summers. Anyone else have any questions?
Just a question.
Commissioner Pott?
You mentioned, Ed, that this is this is phase 4A of an ongoing project. So how many more phases do you have to go, or just a little bit on that?
Would you like me to take that, Ed?
Go ahead.
So
Go ahead, you're doing good.
Mr. Dieter?
on the Farson lateral itself, there are 2 more phases. They're all about the same size. They're all between 4 and 5 million. The funding will be in place from NRCS, but obviously that's a huge ask from Wyoming Water. So that's why we've broken it up into these phases. Under this PL 566 plan, there are also some other phases that are not part of the Farson lateral, but are still part of the district that are also future phases that are funded also at the same percentage by NRCS. Those phases include portions of the Eden Canal, and those are lining projects. But on the Farson lateral itself, there's 2 more phases after this phase that we're discussing today.
Thank you. And thank you, Ed, for coming all this way.
Thank you. Any further questions on this? So, oh, thank you. Representative Yin?
Madam Chair, so for staff, it says in the financial information for the project information that the estimated system water losses is 30% pre and post project. Is that just because it's one phase? And given that the project's meant to reduce losses, how do I find out how much is being saved?
Good question, Representative Yin. Mr. Dieter or Bill? Bill said he's going to handle it. Oh, okay. I guess, Mr. Dieter, we're back to you.
Okay. There was a water loss study that was performed as part of a level 1 study that was done about 7 years ago. It wasn't broken down to smaller portions of the Farson lateral, but for the entire Farson lateral. And so we didn't have that information readily available, but obviously we assume that the lateral itself is losing about 33% across the length of the entire lateral. So we don't really know what this particular section is losing. So that if that's what it says, if the pre and post project water losses are the same, that's not correct. And I apologize if I didn't provide that information.
Well, Mr. Dieter, thank you for that. And what we'll look for in further extensions of this is kind of having some tracking to see how that's working, if you don't mind. So
okay,
that would be great.
Yeah, we'll try to do better. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. I appreciate you coming this way. What we're looking for is a 25% grant recommendation in the amount of $1,112,500 is the recommended funding for this. And that'd be 25% grants since they got the 75% as federal funding. So do I have a motion for that?
I make a motion that we approve the Eden Valley Irrigation District irrigation and drain or piping for the grant in the amount of, or in the grant 25% in the amount of $1,112,500. Thank you.
Second?
Second.
Is that Mr. Pence, Commissioner Pence? Great. All right. Seconded by Commissioner Pence. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion is passed. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Dieter, for also.
Thank you.
You're great. No worries. We know how it goes. We're dragging it out long, so it's our fault too. All right. Thank you so much. The next project we have on our list is the GID 62.2 check structure project with a 50% grant, a 50% loan. The recommended funding is a little bit higher than the requested funding, so we'll go ahead and listen to, first, should we start with Mr. Brewer?
This is a fairly simple project. It's a replacement of a check structure that provides or diverts about 40% of the water Goshen Irrigation District handles, which is about 20,000 acres of farmland. And they are going after water smart money, I believe. So I'll hand it over to Kevin.
Welcome, Kevin.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm Kevin Strecker, General Manager of Goshen Irrigation District. Thank you for your time today and your consideration of this project and your support in our previous projects through the years. As Jason mentioned, this is a check structure for a diversion into our one of our biggest laterals in our system. Covers roughly 20,000 acres. With the replacement of this structure, the check would be fully automated, whereas now it's controlled manually with boards and metal guides. And our lateral gate to that is already automated. And so with the combination of those two, we just have a much more efficient, better way to control excess or deficient water on the tail ends of that lateral, which will help in our any waste that may be, to just have a quicker response to the needs of that lateral. And also by controlling the level on that main canal more efficiently, it'll help in seep and evaporation, where the canal will be only checked to the level that it has to be for that lateral's needs. So, and as Jason mentioned, we have just applied for a Water Smart grant through the Bureau of Reclamation to help fund this project. If that does come through, then we may not need the loan portion of this ask today. And also with that Water Smart project, tied that in with 3 other smaller projects. So that kind of helps us. If we get full funding for this project, we can do those 3 other projects where we would then contribute 50% on those other 3 projects. So it kind of helps us take care of 4 projects within the next couple of years, instead of stringing something out for 4 years trying to get funding. So, and I guess I'll just also add real quick, this is a recently completed master plan. This is one of the top recommendations in that plan. So it is of high priority. We've done extensive repairs on this check structure in the past, and it's just it's time for a replacement. So I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Kevin, for that explanation. Do we have any questions it's going to be a 50% grant and 50% loan, correct? And is it at the 4.4% or?
Madam Chair, it's
Director?
4% at 20 years, 20-year term.
Any questions from Select Water or the commission? Okay, if not,
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Glick,
I make a motion that we approve the Goshen Irrigation District Wyoming Water Development Grant, 50%, 661,000. And a Wyoming Water Development Commission loan, 4%, you're right, at 50%, 661,000, total of 1,322,000. Thank you.
thank you, Commissioner Glick. Do we have a second? Second, Commissioner Craig. Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Great, motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Commissioners. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Kevin, for coming. We appreciate you coming over. Okay, is everyone doing okay? All right, we'll keep on trucking. The Kirby Creek spillway replacement is the next item on our agenda.
So, Madam Chair, this is a spillway that's essentially failed that the Kirby Creek Irrigation District is trying to replace. Total cost for the project is $554,000. They are looking for a grant and a loan, both at 50%, and this would also be a 4% loan, but at 30-year term. And I believe they are have applied or are applying for some NRCS funding as well.
We are applying, depending on what we get here today, I think.
Go ahead first. Please state your name for everyone here.
Madam Chairman and committee members, thank you for looking at our project. My name is Chip Axtell with the Kirby Ditch Irrigation District. And like he said, the spill has failed. We got by this year, just not using it. It's almost emergency level, needing to replace. If we had replaced it ourselves, we would not have spent the number that's come up with from the engineers. But I believe that's going to be a better fix. I don't really think there's any way we could have come up with that kind of money. So without you guys' help, there's no way that engineering project would have gone in. We probably would have fixed it the way we fix other things, and it may not have lasted for very long. So this system has an automated feature for the head gate. It will also have a baffled concrete entrance into the Kirby Creek system, which will take away all of the force from the canal water coming down. It's very erosive soil, and so that'll hopefully prevent that from washing out any further. So I think this is definitely the way to go. With that, I'd try and answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation and information. Do we have any questions on this funding? Okay, if we do not, the Kirby Creek spillway replacement, they're asking for a 50% grant and 50% loan in the amount of $554,000 is the recommended funding. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Hosey. Any second for that? Okay, thank you, Commissioner. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion is passed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate you coming down. Okay. So the next project is the Matitsi Trails Estates. Now this one is a do not fund. So do we want to go through it right now? And then I think probably so. Yeah, so let's go
Madam
ahead.
Chair, I would suggest we go through it. We've been getting, I guess, new information on this by the day to help us understand it better. There's been a request for some storage tanks for the town of Matitsi. The last time they did a master plan indicated they had sufficient storage. And at the time, this particular Antelope Ridge storage tank seemed to be in pretty good condition. This is about 10 years ago. We have required or acquired some additional information here just over the last couple of days. That may not be the case now. So I would maybe suggest if Bill has anything to add, he's welcome to, or we hand it over to the town and they can explain things a little better. But
I think, based on some of the more recent information we've gotten, it does look like this tank is nearing the end of its life. I guess our biggest question, because we're just getting this information last couple of days, is really whether it needs to be replaced with another 200,000 gallon tank, which is what the original design was for this additional subdivision in Matitsi that has not really filled in. Whether at this time replacing it with a 200,000 gallon tank is appropriate, or maybe we should size the tank for current need with some reasonable growth, and then maybe put a parallel tank in at some point in time if this development ever does fill up. But engineers probably have some better information, but my understanding is this development was set up like 20 years ago and has only sold a few lots. So thank you.
Thank you for that information. If you can introduce yourselves for us, and we might have Angela online and if you'll introduce yourselves, Travis.
Yes, John Wetstein with Engineering Associates and Craig Kopatz, Engineering Associates. We're kind of fill-in, so Angela probably can give you a little bit better history. I would just add, I don't have enough, but I do have some packets that do show you the damage to the tank if anybody is interested, so.
Yeah, that would be great. We'll have them hand them out and we can share. So thanks for bringing that. And do you want us to go ahead and then make sure, Angela, are you here? And can you hear us?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and Select Water Committee. Would you like me to go ahead?
Yes, please do proceed, and thank you, Angela. We can hear you fine.
Yes, I apologize for not being available in person. But as I look through and as you look through what we have recently given you, the tank at the Antelope Ridge Estates is deteriorating, and it's a bolted tank. The lower portion actually leaks in the wintertime and the upper portion is deteriorating. So if you have a minute to look at that, that would be great. I also had tried to provide it to everybody on the commission yesterday. And so with the Antelope Ridge or Matiti Trails Estates is what it's called now, there are approximately 22 lots that are sold. And at this point in time, there is one house that is going in, and we anticipate 8 more houses. Prior to or after the 2024 master plan, we do have a RV park that is located on that subdivision also, and it has 25 RV sites. And so over the course of time, it's gaining some interest and exposure, and especially if we have projects that are going on. Right now, we have TCT West in Matitsi, and so the contractors are staying at the RV park. So we do need that storage. One thing that I also wanted to let you know is if you look at the hydraulic model, we have our water plant, which is 6.6 miles out of town. And then, so that's a transmission line that feeds people along the way. And then we have our upper portion of the system, which would be the Matiti Trails Estates. It has the state shop, the county shop, the town shop, the RV park, and Matiti Trails Estates, the rodeo grounds. And we also have a new annexation to the town of Matiti that is quite a few acres that is located along the rodeo grounds. One thing that I also wanted to let you know that the pump station, so as far as the tank for Matiti Trails Estates, the pump station pumps 30 hours per week in peak, which is June through October, and 2 hours per week in the winter. So it is something that is used on a regular basis. It's not something that just is pumped every once in a while to provide the water for that location and the area. There are also 40 lots at Matiti Trails Estates that have the water, sewer, electric, and all of the infrastructure in place. And so what our hope is, and our economic development plan would be to expand Matiti Trails Estates so that not only could we provide more workers within our area, but also help populate our school. So, it's all part of our economic plan for the future. Another thing about our project is in 2015, there were some power poles that snapped, and so we had no power at our water plant, which is 6.6 miles away. And so we had to haul water from the water tanks in town to the water plant to ensure that the people that were along the transmission line had water, and we could provide that. So that's the other component of the project, to provide a storage tank at the water treatment plant. So the total project amount that we have for our project is $2.3 million. We are applying for SRF drinking water loan in 1.67 million and a SLIB grant of 324,581. So the WWDC amount would be 324,581, which would be 13.94% of the total project cost. Just like other small communities, we have limited resources in our funding and in our personnel. So it's always important that we try to ensure that we can provide the best services for our community with our limited resources. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Angela. We appreciate that help. I know that the director said that this is sort of an evolving situation. I know it was recommended as do not fund, and essentially they're So I just kind of wanted to have you discuss what your thoughts are when you tell us it's an evolving situation.
Madam Chair, I appreciate that. So I do think with the funding that they have acquired already with the SRF and the SLIB MRG funds and the fact that they're requesting 324,000, I think 581. The one concern we would have would be that the tank would be oversized when they design and build it. I think that will be taken care of with the permit to construct, that DEQ would review those plans and I guess prevent that from happening, it getting oversized, so that we would then probably recommend the 50% not to exceed $324,581.
So Director, just to make sure, you're saying 50% of the 324,581 or you're
50% not to exceed.
the 324,
And then
581.
if DEQ upon their review, if it doesn't need to be a 200,000 gallon tank, 100,000 instead, then, you know, we'd only be at 50% of whatever that cost is.
Okay. So, right, essentially, because it might be a smaller tank that's recommended by the DEQ, we would basically say we might reduce that amount, but recommend funding 50%. Okay, so commission. This one is a do not fund. And so the question is, I think we were going to wait for those at the end. Director Mead, is that what you want us still to do with this one, or have you changed your mind on this situation?
I believe we have changed our mind.
I thought only women were entitled to change their mind. Just kidding. So, but no, I mean, so basically what you're saying now is that you would recommend funding in the amount of 50% up to the eligible tank cost, which would not exceed the 324,581, correct?
Correct.
So,
Madam Chair,
yes,
are we ready for a motion?
I think, Commissioner Kaylee just moved that and you second it? Do you want to second it? So, and Commissioner Craig seconding. Any discussion further on it?
Madam Chairman, just restate the motion once. Just what is the motion?
I'm gonna let Director Mead do it in his artful way. What do you think, Director Mead?
I would say, Madam Chair,
Mhm.
A grant in the amount, let's see, a 50% grant not to exceed $324,581.
But it's contingent on the DEQ, right? You're not gonna worry.
That's going to happen
Okay.
in the background.
All right, so that's the motion, I guess, and the second. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Suker?
I just wondered about the total, I hear a subdivision involved in this. Is any of this for private enterprise? Or does it help develop private enterprise? Or is it strictly for the town for replacement? Who owns the lots, I guess,
John?
I asked that.
Do you want that to Angela or you? John?
Angela probably should
Okay.
address that, yeah.
Angela, can you help us out with that question? And if you didn't hear it, he's basically saying since there's private enterprise or a subdivision, do they have any skin in the game, or are we just sort of helping this developer along the way is essentially your question, correct?
Yes, that's my question.
So the town of Meeteetse
Angela?
has actually approved the water and sewer infrastructure a number of years ago. So that is actually town facilities. And they put the water tank in, they put all the water and sewer lines in. So would say it's for
The committee, I think. When you said you're saying the developer, right?
the developer, yes. The developer had already installed all of the infrastructure prior to the town of Meeteetse approving it. And so at this point in time, the town owns the water facility and the sewer.
That answered my question.
Thanks for the great question, Commissioner Suker. Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, if not, I would call all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion is passed. Okay, after Matizzi, we're going to the Rollins, and thank you, Angela, for participating. The Rollins Sage Creek Pipeline is the next item. It is requested funding of 10,323,000, a recommended funding of 2,835,000 with a 50% grant. And so hopefully we can have that explained a little to us and then proceed in having introductions. So Bill, are we looking to you first?
Madam Chair, I'll take a stab at it.
Okay, Director, please.
Okay, so portion of the city of Rollins' water comes from Sage Creek Springs and 3 wells out south of town, about 30 miles. So they've got a transmission line that brings that back into town. And they're asking for rehabilitation of that transmission line. I think over the years, there has been a number of leaks associated with air vacs and different blow-off valves, quite a few, over 100. And they believe that if we can replace those air vac valves that are basically rusting out, that we can prolong the life of that transmission pipeline. And I would agree. So again, you already stated the amount of funding that we're looking for, the 50% grant, an amount of 2.835 million. And I would hand it over for any more explanation from the city.
Can you please introduce yourself?
Chair, Commissioners of the Select Committee. I am Thomas Sarvey. I'm the City Manager for the City of Rollins. Today I have to my right our Public Works Director, Cody Dill, and to my left I have our City Engineer, Carl Smith. And we also have with us today, seated behind me, our Honorable Mayor, Terry Wycombe, with us today.
Welcome.
So a little bit on our project, as was stated, the City of Rollins water supply comes from the Sage Creek and Beaver Creek basins about 30 miles south of Rollins. And the water comes up through the springs, goes through a series of junction boxes, and then it comes to town through our main transmission line. And over the years, on our transmission line, we did our daily repairs, but the long-term maintenance of that line many years ago had been neglected to the point to where much of the line, the blow-off valves, the air vac valves, and those things aged out, and that they've become the line has become fatigued. And within those, like I said, blow-off valves, air vac valves, they've just aged out over time. And as we started looking at this project, we want to thank the Commission for our master water plan that has really shed a perspective on the project for us. But we, through that, we looked at our financial condition of the water fund, and we realized that in the spring of 2022, that our water rates were not sufficient enough to allow us to do the work that we needed to. So we underwent a rate study at that time, and we increased our water rates in November of 2022 about 60%. And then from that time through inflation, through our master water plan, we have identified more financial needs. And so in June of 2024, just a few months ago, we increased our water rates again 80% this time to help us so that we would be able to have the financial resources to perform some of these projects. So since November 22, we have increased rates about 140% on that. With those funds, we did not have sufficient cash reserves for a lot of this, and so we've increased those rates to help us with our cash reserves to build those up so that we could start to finance these projects. So today we are asking the Commission today for $2.8 million as a 50% match to help us to rehabilitate our transmission line. There is 16 blow-off valves that are in need of either replacement or modification. And we have 97 air vac valves along that transmission line that also need to be looked at, and 12 inline valves along that transmission line. So that is our ask today, to be able to replace the valves, rehabilitate our transmission line. Of all the projects identified in the master water plan, we feel the transmission line is the most important, because that is what brings the water to town. On the front end, we need a lot of work in this to rehabilitate the spring boxes up in Sage Creek, Beaver Creek basins, and we also have identified that our water tanks that hold the storage are also aged out over time, and we have a high pressure transmission line that comes to town that is also in need of repair. But we feel that the transmission line at this point is the most important aspect of our project, and that is why we're here to ask for that funding. And so with that, I would entertain any questions you might have, and I have Carl and Cody here that can answer questions as well.
Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Suker.
Is that line a steel cement line?
Yeah, it's a cement coated steel line.
Cement coated? Are you having any problems with the cathodic on it, or was there cathodic put on it at the time
Yes, sir.
that it was laid?
Good question. There is cathodic protection, but I don't know. My personal opinion, and it's just an opinion, is that it's that the deterioration of the line is due to some poor design choices that were made during the install that are just now kind of catching up with it, and the cathodic protection is a big part of that. So the new cathodic protection, which is in this project, will be a deep anode cathodic protection rather than a shallow bed, which was put in before. And there's going to be a lot more bonding done at those blow-offs. The bonding at the blow-offs allowed the valve bolts to rust out very, very quickly. And the city has actually spent quite a bit of money repairing the immediately failed ones. Now we're trying to get ahead of the other ones before they fail. Thank you.
Yeah, because that might be some of the problem with your not only your infrastructure, but your blow-offs and whatever. If they're not released from cathodic, you could have a challenge, I guess. So
yes,
yeah,
sir.
that sounds good. Thank you.
Commissioner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jason, I got a question for you. I noticed that the priority on this one was a priority 10. And can you kind of just remind me on how that falls into, some of the rest of them with priorities 4, 2, and so forth?
Yeah, there wasn't a very good fit for this in our priorities. It's all the way in the back.
So essentially on account 2, if you go through our standard list, priority 10 is a replacement of water system controls and valves. Realistically, I mean, that's actually what we're doing. Realistically, what we're doing is trying to rehab a transmission line so we don't have to replace a transmission line. So I'd say in reality, this probably falls more as a level 3, which is replacement of transmission line. However, the transmission line can be salvaged if we salvage the components to that transmission line. So although it technically falls as a 10, I would consider this closer to a priority 3, so that we don't have to replace the transmission line. Neglecting doing this work now is going to mean we're going to be back 10 years from now replacing the transmission line.
Thank you. I just have one question. I know that in the description, we talked about that they are using the north foot intake to supply water for the treatment plant, but it's predominantly used to supply water to the golf course for watering, landscape watering. How does that work on this transmission line? Does that have no part of it, Bill, or is that something I should ask Cody or Carl?
Madam Chair, the golf course is on a water line that comes from the North Platte River, so it is separate from our transmission line from the springs. We have water rights out of the Platte River that we also bring over to the golf course, and so that is a separate line.
I was just curious how it related to it. I figured that was the case, but thanks for the help. Any further questions on this? I have, again, I know it was on here, it shows a 10 million requested funding and we're recommending 2,835,000 at a 50% grant. So can we just explain that difference?
Yeah, Madam Chair, in their master plan, they had a lot of work that was identified to bring their system up to, modern day standards. And they originally requested 4 projects all at once. And that was 50% of those 4 projects. And after further discussion, they narrowed it down to their highest priority one.
Great. Thanks for clarifying that for us. Any further questions? Select Water Commission. Representative Yin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the cathodic protection, when you put in a new anode bed, how long is the intent for that to last? When will this have to be replaced if this project goes through?
Another good question. Those shallow anode beds were projected to last 50 years, but I think the state of the technology has changed quite a bit, and we're hoping to get a true 50 years out of the deep anode. We actually have to put it in a different location so that it more appropriately protects the whole water line and stuff. So it's a little different setup now. So
Great, thanks. Any further questions? Thank you all for coming, and we'll go ahead and look for a motion. This is for the Rollins Sage Creek Pipeline in the amount of $2,835,000 at a 50% grant. Commissioner Cobb?
I move that we approve the Rollins request.
Second? Okay, with second. Any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion's granted. Thanks and good luck to you all. We know you've had some struggles. All right, moving on, we're going to go to the Saratoga water tank. This is a requested funding of $4,316,000. It is recommended as a do not fund. And so we will have the director talk to us first, and then we will welcome the representatives from Saratoga.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So in the 2018 master plan, it was determined that Saratoga had a sufficient amount of water for their existing needs and future growth. They've got a 1 million gallon tank currently. Those demands and needs were estimated at $600,000, which their current tank can meet. I believe they're looking to install a new tank of 750,000 gallons in advance of this older tank failing. However, the master plan also looked at the old tank and said with good maintenance, it should have at least 10 to 15 years more life into it. So they already have water aging issues, and we don't want to exacerbate that. And we feel like this is redundancy at this point. Down the road, they may need a new tank. So that's why we have the do not fund recommendation. It might have been a good project for a redundancy project if that were to come forward, like we talked earlier this year.
Okay, go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Select Water Committee. I'm Emery Penner. I am the Director of Public Works for the town of Saratoga. This is our engineer, Craig Kopaz. As the director said, this project has really come out of a campaign we've taken on to try and replace a lot of the old infrastructure in our community. We've done $4 million worth of distribution work. We've rehabilitated our well field, air development. We've installed a backup generator at our well field. And now this, the tank with its age at 45 years, it's been lined once. The recent inspection in 2020, it was starting to show some signs of corrosion. So really, we want to get a leg up on this as as quick as we can. And installing the tank at this proposed location that was in the level 1 plan would improve our water quality. It would solidify that aspect of our water system and, you know, allow us to focus on other priorities over these next 40 years. With that, I'd take any questions you guys have.
Glad the roads were good, glad that you guys both made it here in person. Thank you for coming. So essentially, Director saying, you know, this is something that was redundant at this point. And are there other funds, Director, that they can apply for to help them with this? Is it something that they're going to be coming back to look at with funding only from us?
Madam Chair, I'm sure they'll be back to us, but they can also apply for SRF funding or MRG funds through SLIB as well.
Thank you. Commission, do you have questions? We have of Emery or Craig? Select Water? Anything else you'd like to add?
We appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you for coming. We appreciate you coming down. This is one we'll put off till later because, right, we're going to do all the do not funds at the end, correct?
Madam Chair, if that's how you'd like it, yes.
That's what we're doing right now, okay? All right, so the next one on our list, oops, is the Shoshone 7C lateral. And that is in the amount of $4,364,794 as requested funding. Again, this is a do not fund. And so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a lateral. It's basically a ditch that the district would like to put into a pipe. Its total dollar amount is almost $7.4 million, and this has not been identified in a previous study. We originally thought it was only supplying 700 acres, but have come to learn here more recently that there's an additional 1,600 acres associated with it. And we just feel like there hasn't been a lot of investigation of this, and it is quite a bit of money for the acreage it serves. So we want to make sure that the district is spending their money wisely as well as ours, and think maybe it needs a little more investigation before we jump into that as a 50% grant and a 50% loan. Because it is 2.5 miles of 36 to 48-inch pipe. So I would hand it over and
If you could please introduce yourself. Hello.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. I'm Trent Reed. I'm the General Manager for Shoshone Irrigation District. I guess a little bit about this project. So it is a very large project and it is a very expensive project. We have applied for Water Smart grant with the WWDC program on this. So it does. 7C lateral is about 800 acres, but it also heavily supplements a lateral downstream from that lateral D. And there's about 1,600 acres on that are directly affected that we supplement from 7C with on this. So it is a very important project for us. I do think, talking with these guys, I think there are some things that we could do possibly in maybe in segment of this, I guess, like might be a recommendation on this. So, I guess that's kind of where I'm at with this on this. So I'm open to suggestions on this one. So, we're kind of shocked at the price estimates when it came in on this. So,
Yeah, thanks for coming down, Trent. It is shocking some of the prices on this. How many? It's in here, I'm sure. How many users are there? And you said it's about 800 acres, right?
So on the 7C lateral portion, there's 5 different producers on that section in there. Downstream from there, there'd be several more users. So I'd say their total affected on this, there's probably closer to 20 total water users, I would say, on this. So.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Questions from the commission, Select Water on this?
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair?
Trent, a question on the Water Smart grant. What's the stage of that and what's the dollar amount expected?
So the dollar amount would be a 50-50 on this. So that $7 million total cost on that would be a 50-50 on that. So we have, well, I think they got everything submitted for this thing on, would have been yesterday. So I'm fingers crossed on this one, so. I know both of these kind of got applied for at the same time, so I'm hoping I'm not getting the one foot in front of the other on this, so.
The anticipation would be that about 3.5 million of the water.
About 3.5
smart,
million, yeah.
leaving another, where you had about 7.8, 7.4 million. So leaving close to 4 million still unfunded.
Yes.
And what portion has the irrigation district considered funding on their own, if any?
So one thing with this, if we do be construction only, I mean, we'd be doing the construction itself, installing the pipeline and that sort of thing, I guess with that, kind of like we always have in the past. The engineers that we've been working with had kind of thought with the Water Smart and this, that we could fund everything and then hire a contractor out on this one, but I guess part of me really thinks that we ought to be doing it ourselves to a certain degree, so.
So am I understanding you to say that this total estimate of the 7.387 was for contracted out?
That is for contracted out, and I had a little bit of thought process on this. I think it would be better if better savings for everybody, I guess, on this, if we were to do this ourselves as a construction only or project, materials only. So,
Do you have any idea if it was materials only, what the dollar amount would be?
the materials only is roughly 4.5, I think, on that. So, I don't have the estimate sheet in front of me, so. Yeah, it was all line on the cost estimate sheet, so. That's installed. The biggest cost on that is the 42-inch pipe. There's almost $1.2 million just in the pipe alone on that. The biggest section of that. So the Quanta screen on there is mainly for silt abatement. That line is a very heavy sediment use line. We pick up a lot of return water from 3 other laterals above that, and that helps supplement that 7C line as well as lateral D. And so we are looking at having to essentially figure out a way to mitigate that silt problem in there. As it is right now, we're in there cleaning, if not every year, every 2 years, trying to get rid of the silt. But also, we've also seen a very big loss. We just got done doing a study as far as the evaporative losses and the soil, seepage loss. And that ended up being almost another 20%. We figured out on that. So it was considerable loss on that. So.
Okay, are there further questions? Okay, Senator Larson?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So do you pick some water up out of Bitter Creek on this one? Is this one of those that
Yep.
does that?
Oh,
So
yeah.
can
So
you
Bitter
elaborate
Creek-
a little bit?
Huh?
Can you explain that a little bit?
So this line 1 pickup that goes on a 7C, we pick up water out of Bitter Creek as well as lateral A, the Franny Canal, and lateral B. So there's actually 4 different ways to pick up water to help supplement this. So, and with that being return flow that we're picking up, it does have a lot of sediment in it. Anybody that farms on that can attest to that. It's a big issue, but also the ground loss on that has been very big too. So with 7C, we try to supplement lateral D with about 10 CFS. Lateral D does not run very well, if at all, without that 10 CFS being supplemented. And during peak irrigation demand, it is very hard to sometimes keep a foot of water spill into lateral D. And so with this being in the pipeline, we gain back everything we're losing, plus cleaning the water up as well. So I guess that's good. Larson.
Go ahead.
Follow up. The Water Smart program you're working on, do you have any idea how long before you'll get a response on that? And then does that limit you to like a year before you spend it? How does that work?
I would think with the Water Smart, we should hear back with that. I think it'd be in the summer of 25, we'd hear back. on whether it's funded or not. And then I think after that, we can use the money we're awarded after that. So, and I do believe that we can go buy back. So I think it's a $2 million cap when we go through and apply again for another $2 million of that.
So I'm not sure if you quite answered the question. How long does it last before they'll take it back from you? I mean, do you have 2 years to use that dollars?
I believe it is a 5-year time frame.
Okay.
So,
Okay, any further questions from the commission? Okay, go ahead, Speaker Summers.
Madam Chairman, thank you. Just my question, if your silt load, and I don't know anything about pipelines, but if your silt load's in the water, you know, not as a result of the bank of your ditch, then are you gonna get a lot of silt in that pipe? And if you do, if that's the case, how do you clean those pipes out?
this is where, sorry,
Speaker Summers. And
yeah,
go
Speaker
ahead.
Summers. This is where the Quanta screen is going to be at the start of that, where we pick up the water out of that line 1. That Quanta screen will filter out the majority of that silt, so we will not be putting in a pipe. There's no way that I would put this in the pipeline if there was not some kind of a silt screen in there. Just out of that same fear. So.
Thank you, Trent. And Vice Chair?
Just for clarification, so everyone is aware, I have about 400 acres that I farm that's served by this lateral on 7C and as a diversion and as a supplement to lateral D. The silt load that Trent is explaining it's hard to understand until you are there to see it. We can put checkboards in the canal at a couple of our turnouts, and within a 12-hour period, it'll fill that lateral from the top of the checkboards back, 200, 300, 400 yards. And every irrigation cycle, we have to pull those boards and flush that. And that all goes downstream. So what Trent is explaining at the pickup, the main pickup into this lateral would clean that water up and help us significantly. But I have some concerns, maybe that the cart's ahead of the horse just a little bit here, from the standpoint of maybe the district hasn't thought through the construction portion. I think there's some opportunities here to save some money. It's awful expensive. Excuse me, it's concrete pipe, is that correct?
No, this would be your poly.
HDP or something, yes. So, but terribly expensive. But if it was a materials only grant, the district still would have opportunity to maybe recoup a little bit of construction costs through some other sources of funding, but reduce the cost quite a bit. I kind of feel like this is one of those situations where maybe there's just not, and Trent, I'm not pointing fingers, but I just feel like maybe this should go back to the drawing board and do a little bit more thinking and figuring and brainstorming. That's just purely my opinion. And believe me, I would love to see this installed, but I want to get it right too at that best costs.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further questions, comments?
I just had a quick question.
Commissioner Suker?
Does Smart Grant allow you to put that pipe in yourself?
That is the one thing I'm kind of waiting on clarification on. That is why I think the engineer firm that we've been using had went for strictly a bid out full process and basically having to have a contractor come in and do it. And I'm waiting on a little bit of clarification on that. It's been a little frustrating to say the least, I guess. So
I would certainly think that they would recommend an engineer stamp for sure.
yes.
Whether it was before or after. But I don't know that either. I don't know. Jason, do you know? Smart Grant, anything?
Madam Chair, I don't know if you can do materials only through WaterSmart or not.
Okay, thank
But
you.
I agree. I mean, that's kind of why we have this do not fund, is we don't have a lot of information and there's not been a study done. Not that we require a lot of study for, putting ditch into a pipe, but in this case with the dollar amount, we kind of came to the same conclusion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Trent.
Thank you guys for your time.
Okay. We appreciate you coming, Trent, and so we'll go ahead and skip that till after, as we are with the rest of them. So the next item on our list is the Sidon ID Canal Crossings, and that is a recommended funding of 432,000, 100% materials only. So,
Thank you, Madam
Director?
Chair. So this is like you mentioned, materials only. There's 5 culverts that go underneath county-owned or managed roads. And they're showing signs of deterioration. They've got kind of restricted the water, raised water level, caused erosion. And they're working with the district to try to replace those, both with district, I think, manpower as well as county manpower. So it'd be kind of a joint effort, but 100% materials only. So I'd hand it over to Willie, and I forgot your name. I apologize.
Welcome, William.
Chairman, we appreciate the opportunity. Tuffy Bros here with me.
Member
Tuffy is a employee of Sidon Irrigation. Yes, this project is a joint project with the county, Bighorn County, to do the install. So we've asked for 100% materials grant from the commission for these crossings. And then the county crews, along with some of the assistance from Sidon Irrigation, will do the install at these different locations. We'll take any questions if you have for them.
Thank you, William.
Should
Director?
mention that we did get an email from Representative Banks. He also provides his support on this particular project.
Great, thank you. And any questions from Select Water or the commission regarding this? Okay. Thank you, Tuffy. Thank you, William. Appreciate you coming here. So this one, what we're looking for is it's a materials only grant, and it is in the amount of 432,000, correct? Okay, looking for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the materials only grant in the amount of $432,000.
Thank you, Commissioner Choma. And second? Okay, second, Commissioner Glick. Okay, any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. All right, excellent. Now we come to the next one, and this is a Sidon for the North Lateral Project. The requested funding is $206,500, and it is recommended as a do not fund. So we'll listen to the director first.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think this is a good project. It's just a matter of they want a 30,000 foot section that they want to line. But since we're approving the previous project that we just discussed and getting back to trying to spread the funding throughout different sponsors this year and next year, that's why we're saying do not fund rather than funding 2 projects in 1 year for 1 sponsor.
Okay, William, or Tuffy, you're welcome to stay and talk to us about what you
We
think.
appreciate the consideration. We understand the situation too of not wanting to fund too many projects for one entity at one time. Both these projects came out of our recently completed master plan. And we're just trying to move forward with things. This particular project would be for design only, and then we'd come back later for construction. But we also recognize that might be better to delay this one another year. Let us get completed with our canal crossing project, and then we can come back for funding on this later on.
Thank you, William. Director, are there other funding things they could apply for on this at all, or that we should ask them to look at in the meantime?
Madam Chair, I think Water Smart NRCS funding, like we've heard from other sponsors, would also apply to this project.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if it applied to this sort of event. Have you looked at applying for those?
Madam Chairman, yes, we've looked at different funding options, and for construction, of course, we would look at trying to find some other ways to fund just then fully through water development. So whether it be Water Smart or some of the other NRCS programs that are available, we would be looking at that as part of this. We just in order to do that, we would need to have the design pretty much done to do some of these other programs.
Thank you, William. Any questions from Select Water Commission? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Tuffy. Thank you, William. Since this is do not fund, we'll come back to it. And we appreciate you guys coming down. The next one is the Upper Bluff Pumping Plant #1 pipeline. It is requested at 459,000 some change. Recommended funding is 356,750 as a 50% grant.
So Madam Chair, this is a project that was actually talking to us about potentially an emergency water project. They have had some leaks in this almost 70-year-old pipeline. There was some discussion about when the leaks started, which were last year, I believe, maybe. Yeah, in 2020, or I guess it was this year. 2023. And perhaps there's a connection to an earthquake that happened in very close proximity. But instead of delaying the entire project and trying to fix one little spot, we asked them to submit an application a little bit after the application deadline to try to get them pushed through here. So it would be more or less two pieces of the same project because they do have a railroad easement that they go through. We're hoping they can get either slip line through that particular location, but so we're proposing a 50% grant in the amount of $356,750, and I'll allow you to explain it. You're much more knowledgeable about it than I am.
Thank you. Welcome. Please just introduce yourself for everyone.
Madam Chair, Commission and Select Water. I'm John Snyder, President of the Upper Bluff and Bluff Irrigation District. What has happened with this is about June of this past summer, we had where it crests the hill from our pumping plant that you helped us with actually a couple of years ago. That blew out, and we had repaired that 4 different times during the summer, basically using 2/3 of our total assessment that we get every year to make those repairs. After that was completed and it finally held, we started noticing about 6 or 7 different leaks in the next 450 feet. It is old concrete pipe that was put in 67 years ago and is starting to fail. We don't know if it was because of that earthquake, which happened about this time in 22. So we just 2 years of irrigation since that happened. Anyway, after those leaks started, we have 2 pumps at our pumping plant. We only ran 1 pump because that way we didn't have at least water coming to the surface from those leaks in the pipeline. We have another problem that's, we think we're saturating some of that hillside above our pumping plant. And I don't know if you have the pictures that we have provided. There's sloughing going on right above our pumping plant that we've got to get control of. And so as Jason mentioned, we're asking for funding for the total project, but only doing about 650 or 700 feet of it this coming spring, because without repairing that, we can't supply the water that's needed for the farm ground that we serve. I guess maybe a little bit more information. We're a very small irrigation project, about 1,700 acres total. Our assessments right now are $40 an acre as compared to one of the other districts, the lowest in our area, which is $9. So we're already assessing quite a bit more than the other irrigation districts. And we have applied for Water Smart money and also to the NRCS, which is kind of in a roundabout way Water Smart money that's available to NRCS from our previous project of the pumping plant. So that's, I guess, where we are right now.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. We appreciate that information. Do we have any questions on this from anyone? Select Water Commission. Okay, anything else you'd like to add, Director Mead or Bill?
don't think so.
Okay, so essentially what we're looking for here is, they had requested a little bit more, but we have recommended funding of $356,750 at a 50% grant for the Upper Bluff Pumping Plant. Looking for a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Kaylee, one second. Okay, Commissioner Pence, thank you both. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion is carried.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner.
Thank you.
and
Thank
Select
you.
Water.
Thank you for coming, Joan.
You bet.
Okay, excellent. So the next one that we're going to work on is the West Afton ID Phase 1 Project 2025. It is requested funding in $1,200,000, and it is a recommended do not fund.
Yep. Madam Chairman, so this is the one where West Afton, Neil Stream came in together for a master plan in 2022. That master plan was fairly recently completed and really suggests that all 17,000 feet of pipeline that they have is, corroding significantly and is going to need to be replaced. So this first project would be, I would say, phase 1 of multiple phases in the future if you choose to fund it. Is for 3,700 linear feet of the 24-inch pipe. I think that's stuff coming right out of Swift Creek or the beginning of the pipeline. We think it's a good project. The caveat being that they only have 933 acres, I believe, in their district, and our operating criteria requires 1,000 acres. And we talked about that yesterday. It's up to the commission. These aren't rules, they are criteria and guidelines. So with that, that's why we have a do not fund, but they have requested both a grant and a loan, $658,500 each for a total of $1.317 million. I would mention Senator Dockstetter also sent an email on this one expressing his support.
Thank you, Director. Again, as the Director has noted, and I know that Commissioner Sucre talked about it before, our operating criteria, it's not a statute. It's not something that's required. It's something we can consider. And so just so we're aware of what the difference is, it's not a statutory requirement. We'll go ahead and have, of course, our chair of Select Water is here with us, Representative Simpson. And if you introduce your colleagues and yourself to us, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman. We represent the West Afton Irrigation District in Lincoln County. This is Jody Kennington. He is the chairman of the district. I'm Jim Allred. I'm the secretary and treasurer of the district. And then most of you at least know Mr. Evan Simpson, who recently served on this commission and in the House of Representatives. I would turn the time to Jody Kennington for discussion.
Welcome, Mr. Kennington. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Our pipeline system was constructed in 1974, so that makes it exactly 50 years old. The level 1 study helped us identified numerous things that we need to do to get our water system rehabilitated. As requested, we have formed our irrigation district. From what we've seen today, we wish we would have named it the Afton West instead of West Afton, but we have our water rights in order, and we have completed everything else that the level 1 study asked us to do. We've been aware of the 1,000-acre minimum criteria from the very beginning of this process. We've gone to great lengths to add users to our district, but because of our boundary constraints, we've not been able to get more than 934 acres. That equates to just 66 acres short of the 1,000-acre minimum. We need to proceed with supplying our 24-inch steel main trunk line before it completely fails. Currently, the bottom of the pipe is less than 1/8 inch thick, and you can take pieces of it and break it with your bare hands. We are here today to request a variance from the 1,000-acre minimum criteria, and I'll turn the mic to Evan, who is an active member of our irrigation district, to give us further information.
Welcome, Representative Simpson. It's good to see you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Greetings, everyone. Thanks for listening to us today. You've brought back a lot of deja vu special moments for me today. In fact, Madam Chairman, every time you called for a vote, I perked up and was gonna, so if you heard some eyes out of the audience, it was me. You smile, but every one of you are gonna go through those withdrawals someday when you leave public service. Madam Chairman, as Jody's mentioned, from our diversion structure down to where we start, our laterals start separating. It's 24-inch steel, 50 years old, and it really has just become paper thin to the point that it's going to fail on us in the near future. We really desperately need to make these improvements. This is actually the first of two phases. Director Mead, we can only afford so much. And we think if we replace all of this 24-inch pipe, that's probably going to be the most we can afford on the debt service side of us. But it's $1.3 million that we're asking for that first half of that 24-inch replacement. Could I talk just a minute about the 1,000-acre minimum? Because we realize that was the reason we were disqualified today and recommended no funding. And I want you to be really comfortable with your decision. If you choose to support us, in your own criteria manual, it says the criteria are not intended to be inflexible or uncompromising rules, but rather to provide general guidelines for use in the decision-making process. So I believe that does open the door for you to be able to make a wise decision based on the merits of our project. By the way, I have 3 pages, and I remember how tired I was sitting in your chairs, so I've slashed my remarks. So I wanted to make a few of them. However, many of you have toured our district. 2 years ago, we held the August meeting in Star Valley. We went through the West Afton district. As you recall, our irrigation water comes right out of the snowpack out of each canyon. In Star Valley, we don't have large farms and large ranches. We have relatively small farms and ranches. And each of the district boundaries are constrained by where the original ditches would come out of the canyons. So here's the town of Afton here. We're bound on the north side by Swift Creek, on the south side by Highway 238. Of course, the town on the east side and Salt River is on the west side. We had one property owner that was viable to bring into our district, and that's in this bottom corner right here. We courted him heavily and spent a lot of time visiting with him. The challenge was he diverts his water out of Swift Creek right here in a ditch. To move his point of diversion up to where we're at the top was going to involve about 600 intervening head gates for all of the residents in town that have an old original water right. It was tens of thousands of dollars to do that. And so even though we financially offered to help, it was just not in the cards. So we're stuck at the 937 acres. We do have 86 users. There's a lot of users. They use it to feed their livestock or water their livestock. We grow mostly hay for our crops to feed our livestock in the winter. And most of us have large gardens, and we provide and grow fruits and vegetables for our families and those using this water. So this water is very important to us. One last item for you. If you choose not to fund us, we're in that awkward size. Apparently we're too small for the big projects and yet our needs are too great for the small water project. There is no one else that will fund us. And so what we will do is we'll continue to patch this 24-inch for a few more years. And then when it catastrophically fails on us, we have no way to transfer that water from the canyon down into our farms. Those ditches were covered over 30 years ago. We will literally end up being a dry farm operation. That water is going to go right on down Swift Creek, catch Salt River, right into Palisades and directly into the Idaho system. So we're going to lose Snake River Compact water for the state of Wyoming, where we could preserve it now, keep it for these 86 users and use it for the rest of our lifetimes. So that is a strong argument for us to help you come to the agreement that we do have a viable project. Our size only limits our ability to borrow, and so we're not going to be asking for hundreds of millions of dollars. We can only afford the loan portion that you give to us. So with that, Madam Chairman, I'm going to turn the floor back over to you. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Simpson. We appreciate you helping us out. And Commissioner Glick.
I make a motion that we accept, waiver the rest of the, what is it, 77 or 66 acres, right? Or West Afton Irrigation District, so they can meet the 1,000-acre mark.
Madam Chair.
Okay. Commissioner, Vice Chair.
Commissioner Glick, could you restate that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the whole motion.
I make a motion that we waive the remaining 66 acres for West Afton Irrigation District to meet the 1,000-acre mark in our for our requirements.
I would second that motion.
Okay, and it's 67 acres, correct? It's 933. So not 60, just make sure we're technically correct. We did agree that we're going to wait to consider the funding for all of these ones that we do not fund after, but I think it's fine if we want to go ahead and discuss waiving that criterion, which is obviously not statutory. And then we will again later go on, as suggested by Commissioner Hosey, to look at all the do not funds together. Does anyone object to that and want to do it just later together? Commissioner Kaylee?
Madam Chair, I was just gonna ask Jason, I don't think we need a motion to waive that, do we? Yeah, that's what I was just say that I personally believe that the 86 users and protecting the compact is more than enough to make that criteria disappear. So, but if we don't need a motion, I'd say maybe let's not have a motion on something we don't need.
Madam Chair, I don't know that it's needed. Maybe it's good to memorialize it that, you know, you went outside the guidelines or the criteria and made that decision, but that's up to you guys.
I think it's fine either way. I think I know that was an issue for us. I'm glad that at least we're addressing it and discussing it. So thank you, Commissioner Glick. I would like to just know if there's anyone that wants to speak in opposition to that. Okay. Seeing that there isn't, we will go ahead and consider this project for funding when we go ahead and do all the rest of the do not fund projects.
Madam Chair, I do have
I guess we'd ask Commissioner Glick to withdraw the motion, but unless you all want to vote on it. Commissioner Glick, would you rather vote on it and memorial?
I think I'd just rather vote on it to make sure that in the future that at least we could show that it was waived, just in case we have to come back to any kind of deal for the salt water.
So we have the commission.
Palisades.
We get the motion by you, and who is the second? Okay, and a vice chairman seconded it. So given that, we'll go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor?
No,
Aye.
comment.
Okay, sorry about
Madam
that. I'm
Chair.
so sorry, Commissioner.
My comment deals with I guess the units. You call your unit, I think you were $10, you're going up to 12.
On your
On-
assessments.
On your assessment, you call it a unit. Is that per person or per, what is that unit? Classify that, I guess, for me.
Mr. Kennington?
It is per acre,
Per acre?
$100 per landowner plus $10 per acre as it currently stands.
Good. And the other part of that, how does that price equate to your peers? Is that normal for $10 an acre, I guess, for irrigation land? I've heard a lot of other numbers here today. And they all appear to be a lot higher.
Yep.
So I guess if you could explain why you guys are still at 12 or 10.
Okay, previous to starting this process, we were quite a bit lower than that, and we've been coming up based on the debt settlement and stuff, issues that'll happen in the future, that will have to be raised. We've talked to the people already about it and told them that it was coming, but we've been trying to do it gradually as long as we could.
As Co-Chairman Steinmetz pointed it out, it is saying the pre-project is 10 and the post-project is showing is 1350. And the service charge would go from 100 to 125 as in the proposal. Just asking, is that correct, Representative Simpson?
Madam Chairman, in the end, after we finish our second phase, our per acre price will be $20. That's what we're projecting, $20 per acre.
That still seems like it's low because of other peer prices, but anyway, as long as you qualify for that, I'm fine. Thank you. That answered my question.
Thank you, Commissioner. Speaker Summers has a comment.
Madam Chairman, thank you. And I want to thank you folks. It's obvious you got skin in the game, right? 50%. And that's something I remember Representative Simpson was he very much liked to see everybody have skin in the game. So I appreciate it when he came that he had that skin in the game. And the one thing I'd say about assessments, I'm not really familiar, but I can tell you it's different between growing grass hay in western Wyoming at 7,000 feet than it is growing, sugar beets. The crop is not worth as much. Grass hay is not worth what sugar beets are worth. So I think just depends on the crop you're growing, what you can pay and afford to price that at.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second, and that is with respect to waiving the 1,000 requirement. And so we were about to take a vote. Is there any more further discussion before we go to that vote? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign? Okay, so we have moved that. So thank you so much. We'll get back to the funding on that later. All right. Go back to our next one, which is the Wheatland Well, number 3 replacement, and it is in the amount of 1 million requested, $1,174,799. It also has a do not fund recommendation, which we'll have the director first explain, and then we'll have other people discuss that. Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Town of Wheatland is desirous of replacing their well number 3. Well number 3 is almost 90 years old and it exceeds EPA requirements for uranium. They've got, I think, 7 wells altogether. They recently completed a level 1 master plan, and that master plan basically pointed out that at some point in the future, they might want to replace well number 1 due to its age and risk of failure. And really that was to help maintain their capacity and water rights. But it did also say that they have sufficient capacity with the wells they have without 3 and without number 1 and 2 in production to meet their 2040 projected water demands. So because of that, we feel like this is more of a redundancy type project, and well number 3 wasn't even mentioned as a priority in the master plan. Hence our do not fund. And I would ask George maybe to expand on that slightly, if he so chooses, if he has stuff to add right now.
Welcome, George.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Mead did a really good job of an introduction, which I thought he was going to have me do. So he's taken my job away. I would just note that as long as people are following along in the recommendation notebook, kind of the last part of the office recommendation, which appears on page 171, kind of stepwise goes through the office's thinking on this project. And one of the concerns that I guess I identified in looking at this as a groundwater and wells person with the office was just some uncertainty and some unknowns about whether the option for replacing the number 3, given that it already had some high uranium concentrations, was really the thing that we could just step right into. In fact, this application, as it appears in front of us today, kind of gives that notion that there would be some evaluation of the existing well, maybe some camera work, maybe we would do something to try to identify what this zone that might be contributing the uranium would be. And in that method, also be able to target what a new well would look like. And just when I look at that, to me, from a planning side and from a hydrogeologist perspective, I think, well, that screams of a level 2 study or of a groundwater grant study. Something that enables us to make a little bit better decisions about that completion. So in front of you today is in fact a do not fund for the level 3. I think personally and professionally, these wells that we're talking about here are quite old. I think that Wheatland should be commended for thinking ahead about what replacement for those looks like. But ultimately, I think that we should do that in a somewhat careful and investigative process in order to make sure we're spending money in a wise way.
Thank you, George. We appreciate that. And we do have people from the town of Wheatland. If you get to introduce yourselves again and then give us your comments.
Yes, John Wetstein, acting as the town engineer for Wheatland, with Ms. Rick Keck, water superintendent. Just a little background, and appreciate everything that George has said, and we've had several discussions going back and forth on this, trying to figure out a way for funding this. But Wheatland, yes, they have sufficient water supply, but like any town, as they developed, their wells kind of grew with the town. The infrastructure did not grow with where the wells were. And so the way the town is situated now, the Arickaree Formation, that is the water supply aquifer, is a very heavy sand producing formation. So they're on the east side of I-25, which is the zone we're kind of talking about today with well 3, there are 6 wells. 3 of those wells each pump into a settling basin so that the sand will settle out. In this particular situation, well number 3 pumps into the north settling basin, as do wells 1 and 2. That settling basin boosts the water through the distribution system and then up into the storage tank. There is no real way for wells 1 and 2 to pump directly to the storage tanks. So you can't really add that into the overall supply without going into that settling basin. And I'll have Rick kind of expand on that operation, but realistically, for the system to keep up with the water demand, they need 2 wells at each of those settling basins to be operating at a time in order for the tank to maintain system pressure for the distribution system. Wells 1, 2, and 3, they're all essentially the same age. Well number 1, I think, is 9 months older than 2, which is about the same age as 3. So I think the recommendation, not putting myself in their situation, but I think CEPI just looked at the age of the well, saying this is the oldest one, replace it. The well 3 is essentially the same age, but has other issues. The casing has essentially failed, so it is no longer in use. So now you're in that zone, you're down to just 2 wells that are 90+ years old. You need 2 really to make the system work. If one of those wells not necessarily fails, but a pump needs replaced, you're impacting the system. And I'll let Rick, it's kind of hard to understand, but I think Rick can kind of explain why you need to.
Well.
Welcome, Rick.
yeah, I'm sorry, Madam. I think he explained it just right. Our wells don't directly go into our storage tanks. They go into a basin, and then the basin pumps into the distribution system, which ends up at the tank. So if you had one of those wells go down, let's say for repair, or like the number one, which is the oldest well, if that was to go down, I wouldn't have enough water to pump into my basin for my basin to stay full, to keep it running at full capacity, especially in June, July, and August. Those are our heaviest months. And then the basin would have to shut down to fill back up, let that well catch up with that basin, and then the basin would kick back on. But during that time frame, the town of Wheeling would be getting no water from the north end. So if there's any questions, I'm glad to answer anything.
Are there questions? I have. First of all, I'm not an expert on wells and all this, but you said that the well number 3 exceeds EPA for uranium. So when they mix into this settling tank, does the uranium go in there too, George?
Madam Chair, yeah, thank you for the question. It would. At this point, my understanding is that the well 3 is not really being utilized because of that. Frustratingly, John and I have kind of looked around to try to find some of the analytical results for that, to try to figure out what kind of blending ratio, and right now we're unable to put our fingers on those test results. So
To follow up, George, and it sounds like they're saying, well, we need to have 2 going into this, and at least, and they do have at least obviously 1 and 2 still there. Are they just concerned that if the other one fails, then they can't fill the the tank?
Madam Chair, I think the concern is with respect to being able to run the pumps that come out of the sedimentation basins, whether they would be able to meet that demand or not. My understanding of the system is that there are 2 sedimentation basins that can actually supply those tanks. So as outlined in the study here, I think John is correct to point out that likely well 1 being chosen as a replacement was just convenient because it's the oldest one. But my concern is with respect to, if we jump on the idea of replacing 3, identify zones that contribute higher uranium, we might end up potentially with a well 3 that is not as productive as the well 3 that currently has problems. And it's really the basis for why I thought there should be some caution with this.
Thank you, George. Questions? Commissioner Kelly?
Yes, George, I have a question for you. So when you said blending, you meant dilution.
Madam Chair, yes.
And has there been any kind of test wells done out there to see that there might be an area where you wouldn't have the uranium?
Madam Chair, in response to Commissioner Cayley's question, that would be exactly the kind of thing that I would be looking to do under either a groundwater grant or a level 2 study.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great. Commission, okay, Chairman Steinmetz, and then after that, Representative Yin.
All right, thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm just curious, this is off the subject, but how's your tank that was leaking and freezing, and we had
Gone.
it's gone. Okay, that I just wanted to know, little update. Okay, and you've got it replaced and all as well, or
Process of starting that project right now.
very good. Thank you. Just wanted to check on that. That
Thank you.
was scary.
Representative Yin.
Madam Chair, thank you. So does Wheatland have a place it has identified to put a new well, or is it going to be in the same place? Where, I guess without a study, how do you know where to put a new well?
My original intent, we were looking at replacing it in the same location. The costs presented to you folks included an investigation both of the original well. It's still open, so I could go in and do a geophysical log to identify maybe a hot zone where the uranium hits might be, to identify. The Diorickery is a sand shale lens formation. So the sand that it might be in just a discrete sand sequence. So I was hoping to identify that and design then the well around that. Another alternative, and probably also included, we could do a slim hole, a pilot hole, and then put a discrete, interval while we're drilling it. Put packers above and below that sand, pump water out of that zone, grab a water sample, analyze it to finish the design. So it'd be kind of a phased drilling program. It was similar to what we did in Pavilion to identify the water quality there, which worked out very well.
Okay, any further questions? So, George, it sounds to me like what they're saying is sort of what you're saying too, though, is, hey, let's figure out really where we want to go and drill something, find out where the best spot is to be. So maybe we do need further analysis. That's what you're recommending, correct?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was just going to comment that John did a really good job of outlining the scope of work that I might be using to go after a level 2 study.
Good job, John. Thank you. All right. Thank you all for coming. Again, this is a do not fund, so we will discuss it on the next section, but thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, we're now on the Willwood ID shoot 2025. Sorry, Willwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a chute that's actively failing. And if it were to fail, it would leave about 2/3 of the district without irrigation water. They have acquired an EQIP grant in the amount of $900,000. They also recently completed a level 2 study, and this was a #1 priority that came out of that study. So they are asking for the difference in the total cost estimate of $1,698,000 minus the grant from EQIP. So they're requesting I'm sorry, I'll get to correct that in just a second. A 47% grant of $798,000, and then to make sure the project moved forward. And the way the grant, as I explained yesterday, they pay after the fact, the NRCS does. So they'd like to take out a 53% loan to cover that $900,000 or cash flow that NRCS funding, and then they'll be paying that back to us.
Great. Thanks, Director, for the recommendation. And Griggs, if you can introduce yourself again for us.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Wyoming Water Commission, Select Water Commission. Thank you for considering our project. My name is Travis Moger. I'm manager for Willwood Irrigation. I am very grateful to be here and for you to allow me time to speak. Willwood Chute is a very crucial piece of our canal system to allow water to be transferred throughout our district. Willwood Chute was built in 1941 by the Civil Conservation Corps, CCC. It's 83 years old. Willwood Irrigation serves 11,595 acres. Of those acres, roughly 3,500 acres are served before the Willwood Chute. That is almost 30% of our district. The other 70% is served beyond Willwood Chute, with the chute being classified as failing in our 23-24 level 2 feasibility study. Failure of this structure will impact both Park County and Bighorn County. We deliver water in both counties, with the district being made up of around 205 landowners. 113 of the owners are before the chute. It is very important to Willwood Irrigation to see this project through and get it replaced with your help. I have made many phone calls to Senators Dan Larson, Tim French. I'll just go through the list here. I have contacted Rachel Rodriguez Williams, who was in favor. I have a letter of support from her. I have talked with Dalton Banks. He was also in favor. I haven't received a letter. He said he would send one. Nina Weber, in favor. I have not received a letter.
I reached out to John Winters. I have he's in favor and I have a copy of his letter with me. Paul Hoft, who is replacing David Northrup. I talked to him. He wrote me a letter. He came out. He actually visited the site. And to back up, Rachel Rodriguez Williams came and visited the site also. I also reached out to Sandy Newsom, and I have a scanned copy of her letter. David Northrup, he sent me a letter. And I've also been to Park County Commissioner meetings and visited with them. I got a letter from them and Bighorn County also. So,
Thank you for doing that. I know it is important to select water, so we do appreciate you going to all that length.
thank you. So back to my little writing here. In 2023, we did work with NRCS on the Environmental Quality Incentives Program, EQIP. We submitted in November of 23. We were awarded $450,000 in June of 2024. I worked with our person in their office to submit a waiver and was granted another $450,000 in July of 2024. So we were awarded in total $900,000 for Willwood Shoot project, and we had this money secured before submitting our application end of August 2024. So with that, securing the 900,000, we have 53%, which like Director mentioned would be as far as a loan, since it'll have to be paid back at the end.
Okay. Thank you, Travis. We appreciate that explanation. Any questions from Select Water or from the commission? Okay. So what is recommended here is that it would be a 47% grant and 53% loan in the amount of $1,698,000, correct? And thank you for presentation, Travis. Do I have a motion or for that?
So moved.
So moved, a second.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Choma, second. And any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Same sign. That motion is carried. Thank you, Travis. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, can we take a break for 5 minutes?
Sure.
Turn your mic on.
Welcome back, welcome back. Get ourselves organized here again. So the first thing we are going to do is we're going to go back to the various items that were recommended as do not fund. We had already approved the Matitsi one, so that is one of the pieces. But I think I was looking for a motion perhaps on some recommendations for potential funding. Commissioner Hosey?
Madam Chair, I would like to move that we fund the Green River pump station, the South End Water Users ISD pipeline, and
West Afton.
West Afton Phase 1 project.
Okay, great. So that is a motion on some approvals for funding. So that would be for Green River Rock Springs an approximate amount of 4.5 million, South End at 3.5 million, West Afton approximately 1.2 million. And with also, we've already added Batisi and we had some changed amounts for Casper. And so do we have a second for that to begin with?
Second.
Okay, second from Commissioner Cott. And do we have a discussion of these items? And one question would be just for the director, he can kind of explain to us how that'll affect count one and different counts.
Madam Chair, just to be clear, so the Green River Rock Springs would be $4,465,000 grant. South End would be $3,409,630 of grant, I believe. Yeah, okay, thank you. We already talked about the Casper tank. Just to confirm, Matitsi was already approved for $324,581. Okay, and then West Afton was $1,317,000. Okay, so account 3 without these changes would have had a remaining balance of a little over $30 million, $30,500,000 and change. If we subtract out the total that you guys want to fund, and this would include the additional money on Casper Tank and Matitsi, that all adds up to a little over $10,500,000. So you'd end up with $19,974,063 in account 2. I'm sorry, account 1. Yes.
Account 1.
For next year. And then we do have the account 1 transfer because of what we're funding here. It was a request to transfer 1.5 million from account 1 to account 2. Now that needs to be a $4.2 million transfer from account 1 to account 2 in order to fund
The
West
Green
Afton,
River.
Matitsi, and the Casper tank changes. So
Okay, so we have a motion. And that motion is obviously also contingent on the governor signing the omnibus water bill.
yeah,
Always, so fine. Okay,
Madam Chair, should I amend my motion
no, I don't
to
think,
include, or should we do it in 2 motions?
did you pick up the account 1 transfer in your motion?
No, that's what I was wondering,
That
if I
might
should
be-
add the
you could
account
add
1
that.
transfer.
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to amend my motion to add the account 1 transfer. And how much was that, Jason?
4.2 million.
Thank you.
One more question, sorry, Madam
no, go
Chair.
ahead, Director, please.
Is we still have Saratoga, the Shoshone, and Wheatland, I'm sorry, Sidon North and Wheatland projects that you just haven't made a motion on yet. So
Right, we'll make a motion on those separately. I think these were, Commissioner Hosey had picked some projects he wanted to fund, so we're starting with that and seeing how that goes, and then we'll move on to the rest and see if they're lucky or unlucky. So who was the second again? It was Caught. So you're okay with the amendment just to, correct? Okay. Is there any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of approving funding for these projects, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, that has passed. Thank you, Commissioner Hosey. All right, now we have the other projects that are still open and so with respect to the other projects, Commissioner Hosey, do you want to make a recommendation or motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to move that we do not fund the Saratoga water tank, Shoshone lateral, Sidon north lateral, and the Wheatland well number 3 replacement.
Okay, is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Cott. Discussion, and if someone wants to pull it off, that's fine.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner, Vice Chair?
I would like to speak in favor of funding the Sidon North Lateral project. I'm willing to take a chance on the permit from BNSF. I will state that. I don't really know what else to say.
I apologize. I think that's the South End project. I think we've all had such a long day. South End is the one that was the permit from BNSF.
Am I mixing them up? Did we already? approve
Sidon
that?
was because we'd already done one Sidon
Yeah.
project.
That's right.
So we had one side when we funded and they said not to fund two, so.
I apologize.
Okay.
Turn off
No,
my mic.
no, thank you. It's been a long day for all of us. We're all, I think we've all said incorrect things, so we appreciate that. Okay, so we do have a motion and we have a second. And do we have any questions on it? We don't want anyone to be confused. These go with recommendations of directors and his staff. So seeing no questions, we'll go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of not funding the Saratoga, Shoshone, Sidon, and Wheatland projects, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. So sorry to those projects. We apologize. Hopefully we can get some back together and come back. Okay, onwards we go then. So now where are we at? Are we at?
So we are on page 187 of the Rex notebook, and these are amendments to
Right.
projects, level 3 projects in account 2.
So we're going to start with Eden Valley Irrigation.
That's right.
Okay, so we will start with the Eden Valley Irrigation District, and thanks for all the people that came. We appreciate your time on all the projects, whether they were funded or not. We do know it's been a long day, so thanks, everyone.
All right, we're getting close.
Getting close, okay.
Closer. Okay, so this project was originally the design and construction of a portion of the Eden Canal lining and the sand trap structure. It was bid in 2022 and came in over the engineer's estimate. They are requesting to modify this project. They originally had Water Smart money. They've since rescinded that and secured NRCS funding instead. So they want to remove the entire portion of canal lining and just do the sand trap structure. And the funding they have is 25% grant, 75% sponsor. However, I think by just doing the sand trap, they're expecting this project to come in, significantly less, as on the order of like $400,000. So our portion might only be $100,000. So really the request is to modify the project just down to the sand trap and extend the reversion date by 2 years so they can finish this, and hopefully the funding will all come in less than needed, and those funds will then revert to account 2 if they're not.
Great. So thank you, Director Mead. So basically what they're looking for is a 2-year time extension to July 1st, 2028, and no budget increase.
No budget increase, and to modify the project just so it covers the sand trap and it's no longer a portion of the canal lining, Eden Canal lining.
Great. And do you want to just do all these
Sure.
together? Okay, so go ahead on to the next one, which is Enterprise.
Okay. Yeah, we might have some.
Unless there was any discussion on that one. We'll move on. Okay.
Okay, so the canal, this is canal lining. Okay, so this one is where they've got the sawmill reach of the Enterprise ditch. They've been looking at many different options. It went from, I can't remember the order, but canal lining to then they thought they could put a pipe in, and then because of the remote location, they went back to some canal lining. They looked at spraying a liner in. And I think they're kind of trying now to come up with the most durable lining product that they think will work at this kind of remote location up in the mountains to reduce the seepage in this ditch. So they're really just asking for a 2-year time extension to do that.
Okay, so this is just a 2-year time extension, no further money. We'll move on to Laramie unless there's questions. Go ahead.
Okay, so Laramie diversion, this was one that was funded in 2020. They originally were going to reconstruct the diversion. It's at the same location it was in. They did an NRCS study to evaluate alternatives, and it suggested they should move upstream of the location that the diversion was currently in by about 1 mile to 1.5 miles. They thought they had an easement secured with the landowner, kind of a verbal agreement. That landowner ended up selling the property, which put a problem with that plan. He was not willing to provide the easement, so now they're back to the original location, but needing to widen that diversion to prevent some of the problems they were worried about in the first place, which is why they moved it upstream. So anyway, they are looking to basically just extend the reversion date by 2 years so they can try to finish that up, and they're still working on trying to finalize additional funding from other sources so they can complete that.
Thank you, Director. Again, that's where we come up with the problem of the easement unless it's pretty certain the sale of the land is an issue. So this is just to extend the time to 2027. So great. Thank you for that. There's no further funding. After that, unless there's questions, we'll go on to small water project program rehab. And that is for $500,000 recommended funding.
That's right. And went through a similar but not exactly the same process. There's roughly $60,000 still in the account. We are suggesting that we increase that by another $500,000, which would take it up a little over $1 million. This is probably a little bit more than if you run the averages like I did on account 1, but feel like this is a good place to put some funding because this is a popular program, and these projects will be requested, if not this year, but next year.
Any questions on that? Okay, seeing none. Then that is all of that for the level 3 project amendments. So I would ask
Madam Chair,
yes, Commissioner Glick.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the Eden Valley Irrigation District, extend the revision date from July 1st, 2026 to July 1st, 2028, and modify the project to complete the work on the sand trap and without the canal lining, right?
That's right.
And let's see, hold on now. And then on the Enterprise Watershed Improvement District, extend the reversion date from July 1st, 2025 to July 1st, 2027. And then on the Laramie Municipal Irrigation District, extend the reversion date from July 1st to July 1st, 2025 to July 1st, 2027. And then on the small water project program rehabilitation multipurpose statewide level 3 continuing, increase the budget by $500,000, and the revised available amount will be $1,059,395.
Great, thanks for that complete motion. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Suker. Any discussion? Seeing none? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Okay, so that block is done. Moving on to level 1 projects, Pioneer Canal.
So we've got 3 master plans, same as before. We've already discussed these in May. We simply went through the consultant selection process, the competitive bidding process. So now the dollar amount for Pioneer Canal master plan is $236,000. The dollar amount for Smith's Fork is $272,000. And the dollar amount for the Wheatland Irrigation District master plan is $472,000.
Okay, so we have those 3 that we're asking for approval, amount of $980,000. Do I have a motion or any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner
I'd
Choma?
like to make a motion to approve the level 1 projects with the director's recommendations.
Great. Motion by Choma, Commissioner Choma, and second by Vice Chairman Craig. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Those have all passed. Thank you. Next one we have is the Sponsors Contingency Fund Account 2.
Oh.
Right, Director? Do you mean?
Okay, so there's a current budget or balance in the account 2 sponsors contingency fund of $2.2 million. You can read it up there in the top right. And we want to increase that to bring it more in line with what we have in account 1, which is roughly 5 million. So I'm recommending we add 2.9 million to that account to, address unforeseen higher bids that come in or changes in projects in account 2. Now, this is contingent upon the transfer of funds from account 1 to account 2. We've done that in the past in the omnibus bill. I'm gonna have to think about this for a few minutes because that 2.9 covered the 1.5 million. So we were gonna say if the 1.5 wasn't transferred, then we would only get 1.4 into account 2. Now that we're asking for 2.9 and 4.2, my mind's gonna explode. Let's see.
Okay.
So
Glad
we're gonna have to
not-
we're gonna have to think about that for a second on what other project. So this entire amount will now be contingent upon the transfer from account 1 to account 2. And then we'll need to come up with $1.3 million more that are going to be contingent upon the transfer. So I'll think about that for a second while you discuss this.
Okay. I think what we should do is
West Afton.
let you work on the figures for a moment and unless people have questions or want to discuss something, I think it's just the transfer back and forth from various accounts that's complicating it.
Madam Chair, sorry.
Go ahead.
One thought would be West Afton. Not had any trouble with transferring money from one account to another, but maybe considering they don't technically meet our criteria, that might be the sacrificial lamb potentially. Because that is $1.317 million for that particular project. And it would just be contingent upon the transfer from account 1 to account 2.
So, Madam Chairman, do you understand that it'll just affect, it won't affect any of your actions, it'll just affect where the money comes from and the contingency. So it'll say, read in the select water bill that, this project is contingent upon the transfer. Is that correct, Director?
Madam Chair, Chairman Steinmetz, that is correct. Another option would be if you wanted to make the small water project program funding or something like that contingent, because that's 1.5 million. That would obviously affect a lot of different entities if something were to happen there, but.
I think, Director, whatever you think, if it's the Afton one seems like it's not as complicated, right?
Yeah.
We don't want to be
Right.
muddying all the waters.
And we've never had any trouble with that before. They've left now, so they can't say anything.
They went off in a celebratory dance. If they still heard us now, they'd be having.
Chairman, I would say, be careful what you say. We've, knock on wood, we've never had any trouble.
It's terrible. I will, and if that's your choice, I will inform Representative Simpson as soon as the meeting's over.
Okay, that sounds, okay, is that all right with commission? Okay, so that's how we will do this.
Do you want to make a motion on West Afton being contingent then?
Do I want to personally? No, but
Well,
I'm gonna let somebody
do
else.
we need a motion for that?
So moved.
Okay, just Commissioner Hosey. So moved by Commissioner Hosey, second by Commissioner Kaylee. All right, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay,
Okay, and then the sponsors contingency fund would also be, so it's 2.9 is what we're asking to be put into account 2 sponsors contingency fund, and that entire amount would be contingent upon that transfer of funds from account 1 to account 2.
Okay, so we need a motion in the words exactly what Jason said. Does anyone want to say they'll take that? Okay.
Just a second. Director and Madam Chairman, was that something Select Water was supposed to recommend? Because I thought point 11 we were supposed to vote on.
After,
No,
no, not.
we're
this
not
one.
there yet.
Oh, we're not there yet.
No,
Okay.
we haven't gone to,
We're
that's the
getting-
Buffalo Wells. We haven't gone,
Just the Buffalo Well.
it seems like it's been forever, but no, we haven't got to you
Okay,
yet.
well, I lost my agenda,
So
we're doing good.
we have it moved by Vice Chairman Craig to, on sponsors contingency fund of the 2.9 and being contingent on movement from account 1 to account 2.
I wasn't listening.
Whatever
you say?
Director Reed said, it was from account 1 to account 2, right?
Well, yeah,
Okay,
contingent upon transfer from account 1 to account 2, yes.
right, just checking. Do we have a second? Second from Commissioner Cott. Okay. Is everyone good with the motion? I know it's a little complicated and it's a long day. Essentially, we're just getting the sponsors contingency fund account increased by 2.9, contingent on movement from account 1 to account 2. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Okay, that motion is passed.
Okay, we are now moving on to account 3, dams and reservoirs, and we have 2 time extensions.
On Alkali and Middle Piney, so
Yep.
Director, if you'll go ahead through those real quick.
So Alkali Creek, we do have John Joyce and a couple others if you want to come up real quick. So
Welcome, John, for staying so long. You get a prize.
So there's been money that's been appropriated for level 3 construction of Alkali Creek Reservoir in the past to the tune of $59 million. So, the vast majority of that's grant, some loan. Is everybody keeping up with where we are? Yeah. And that is set to revert on July 1st of 2025. So we are simply asking for that to be extended by 4 years. The last conversation we had, there's some issues obviously with working through easements on the Anita Ditch and as well as the upstream end of Alkali Creek Reservoir inundation area. And I believe there are plans to restart the mediation, kind of in a stepwise fashion, start with one landowner, see how that goes. If it goes good, then keep working through the remaining easements. And the district board has kind of come up with an idea that might be palatable to start those discussions again to some of the folks and what was heard in the original mediation. So I feel good about that. And then anything you want to add, John, or?
Mr. Joyce? Welcome.
Madam Chairman, thank you very much for considering this again, and we're working in consultation with Jason and to move this ahead. And mediation is the thing that we've understood is what everyone would like, so that's what we're working towards. The engineers are actively setting that up now with the Department of Ag mediation department, and so we'll be reporting to you how that goes as we get that set up. We don't have an actual date yet, but we're working on it. If you have other questions about anything going on up there, I'd be happy to answer them.
Great, thank you for that. Did you have anything you wanted to add? No? Oh, sorry. Okay, Speaker Summers has a question.
So, Madam Chairman, thank you. What's the cost of the updated cost of this, or estimated cost of this dam now? Is it 59 million or has it gone beyond that? Guess I better wait.
So Director, has the cost gone beyond the 59 million is the question from Speaker Summers.
What's the estimated cost now of the dam to build it?
Madam Chair, Derek, are you prepared to address that?
Derek?
Madam Chairman, Derek Thompson with Tri-Hydro, engineer on the project. Speaker Summers. So when we came in, I believe it was 2019 to get the $59 million allocated. Cost just through inflation. Over those, I guess, the 5 years since then, it's approximately probably around that $80 million mark. However, we haven't gone through and done an updated cost analysis since that time. We did update some pieces of it through the Levitt bid tabs. And then just adding a percentage to kind of that 2019 cost estimate. That's where we're at.
Thank you. I worry, you extend this out. I realize you want to extend it out, but you extend it out another 4 years. What's going to be the cost? Are you going to, I guess the question is, how long are you going to try to go with mediation before you feel like you'll be successful within a year of another mediation, or do when do you decide you've been successful? Obviously, if you've gone through mediation and you've succeeded, but then what happens if you fail in this mediation attempt?
Mr. Joyce?
Madam Chairman, I guess we don't have a definition for success or failure. We're going off of input that we are getting from Select Water and the Water Commission on what they would like us to do to move the project ahead. The state's got quite a bit of money invested in this project so far. Been over 12 years now we've been working on it, and we think it's a very viable project. It's 8,900 acre feet of water that's going to be stored. So the feedback that we've gotten from most of the state legislators is that they want to store water and that this is a good project. So I realize you guys are looking at some major costs on other projects that might have to come ahead of this one, but the idea of setting a date or saying we're going to go for 6 more months of mediation and then end the project, that's not something we're contemplating. We think it's very worthwhile. And like I say, we've got a NEPA study and a permit, and those are expensive and hard to come by. May not ever get one of those again for a project like this. So I don't have a date for you on when we would throw up our hands and say we're done. If we don't come to an agreement, it's essentially Hamilton Ranch right now that has 4 acres on the upper end of this that needs to be inundated. We would come back and talk to staff here and talk to the Select Water Committee and come up with a plan to move ahead. If at some point during that process, the tone in the state changes and they decide that water storage isn't a good program, or if they decide there's other places where they could store water more efficiently, then they would be able to tell us we're done and we'd be done. So.
Okay, Representative Grego.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So this might be a question for the director, but also for the representatives of the project. 4 years is an extremely long time, I think, in my mind, as we're sitting here to tie up $59 million, and every day that goes by that those dollars are losing their power, right? We've already just in the last couple of years, we've lost 25% of that buying power. So I just didn't know if there's an option to do a 2-year renewal rather than a 4-year renewal, so that you're back before the board and in 2 years, or back before the commission in 2 years, and you could say, hey, we're making progress. Or if you're not in any different position than you are right today, that gives the commission a lot of information, because they may not want to grant another extension at that point if we're not making any progress. I don't know, just a suggestion or a thought, and why we choose 4 versus a shorter period of time.
Director Mead.
Madam Chair, Senator Craigo, it has taken time to have discussions, I think, and I don't want to speak for the district, but to have these discussions with landowners to this point. Assuming at some point they're successful in finding kind of middle ground on all that stuff, then we still have to go through the final design work, which is going to take, at a minimum, I would say a year, or right around there. We're at roughly 50% design. I don't know if any of these mediations and what comes out of them will require changes to the design. And I guess one fear I would have is if you make it too short, then that gives maybe some ideas on how much longer maybe the holdout needs to last before the project dies, to be totally blunt.
Representative Craigo, does that answer your question?
Sort of. I guess if in 2 years we're making progress, then obviously the commission's gonna grant another renewal. But if we're not making any progress, it gives them the chance to go a different direction. I mean, if it looks like there's no point of success or no light at the end of the tunnel, 4 years is just a long time for that amount of money, and it's already been tied up for a very long time. And as we all know, inflation continues to rattle out of control, and we're just, in 4 years, the 80 million is going to be 120 million, and then we will have doubled the cost of the project. And at that point, it may not be worth it. I don't know. That's not my call to make, but it's these guys' call to make. It's the commission's call to make. And so I don't know. I'm just struggling sitting here with a 4-year, knowing the circumstances of this particular case. 4 years just seems like a long time when 2 might be a better option.
Thank you, Representative Craigo. I guess the question is, you only have this one last remaining Hamilton Ranch? Is it the last issue?
Madam Chairman, we have 4 other small easements along the canal itself. Those aren't land acquisitions. Those are widening the canal easements that don't involve much land. So it's not true to say we only have one more to get, but we only have the 1 4-acre land acquisition that we have to make, or long-term lease, and then these 4 other smaller easements along the canal.
Just to follow up, Mr. Joyce, who are the 4 easements along the canal with? Is it private landowners or is it private landowners? And how are you doing on your negotiations for the 4 acres? Is that coming well?
There hasn't been anything done since we haven't made any progress or really had much communication since the last mediation, and the engineers worked with them some, and we presented at the last, I think it was your last meeting, at least the last one I was at this summer, what they would like is a pipeline to replace the open canal. So the engineers did the work to come up with a cost on that, and it was roughly $25 million additional that would be added to the project. And so at that time, the feedback we got from the committee and from staff here was that probably pipeline would not be in the works for, that's just too much cost for the project. So now we're at a point where we don't have a pipeline to offer as a negotiating point on the agreements that we're trying to get in place. So we're taking different tact. We've got a couple other ideas that we're gonna try to pitch to them and see if they'll be interested in doing that.
Okay, I think Chairman Simon has a question. Thank you, Mr. Joyce. Appreciate you reminding me.
Thank you. I think it's more of a comment than a question. A follow up to Representative Craigo. I too think that 4 years is too long. I've heard from both sides of this issue, trying to be really fair and impartial, but I see a real polarization taking place, and I'm concerned that we may not reach an agreement, and I would hate to see us or the district move toward more intrusive measures. And so I think we have to be really careful here and be really sensitive about the cost associated with waiting for 4 more years. So I would be willing to go up to 2 years probably, but I don't know that I would want to keep going further than that. And so I would urge you to reach out your hand and try to get along a little better up there, all of them, everybody concerned, and see if we can't get this put to bed in a more timely manner. So That's where I'm at anyway.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Any further discussion from the commission? Senator Cole?
Madam Chair,
Oh, sorry.
I have a question.
Sorry, Commissioner, and then we'll go back to you, Senator Cole.
59 million that's been set aside for the project, and it's estimated now that the cost is closer to 80 million. Is there any thought went into how you're going to come up with the additional 21 million? If it were to be approved, everything was a go tomorrow, that's kind of a number that was thrown out a few minutes ago. Takes 2 years from now, that could be 90 or 100 million. Any thought into where that additional funds might be found to proceed?
Madam Chairman, right now, the district has agreed to a $2.1 million loan that we would be repaying towards the project. The discussion with the staff here has been that if we increase that loan amount very much, the cost of the water would exceed the value of it for the ag land. So it would not most likely be a large increase in the loan. So if it doesn't come from Water Development Commission, it would have to come from some other grant source. And there's the Water Smart program and other possibilities that we've looked into. We're not proceeding with them right now because until we get all the easements in place, we don't want to move on to final design. We don't have additional funding to move into final design until we have all easements in place. So the engineers would be the ones that would be involved with applying for a lot of that money. So our first ask would be from the state to add the additional funding. And if that wasn't possible, then we'd be looking for other sources or some combination.
John, you ready for that?
Yeah, you bet.
Derek?
Madam Chair, so the district did apply for Bureau of Reclamation Small Water Program funding, and then there's also an application in for NRCS funding. Like many of the others, we're still waiting to hear back on NRCS, and hopefully there's some additional funding coming their way, but they do have applications in for those.
And what amounts are those in? Do you know?
Well, they were denied the small water.
Small water program through Bureau of Reclamation was denied, but the NRCS is just a PIF or a letter of notification right now.
Yeah, and if they were successful in getting pulled into that program, it's a 75% grant not to exceed 25 million. Unless there's special congressional approval for more than 25 million.
Thank you, Director. Okay. Any other? Speaker Summer, oh, I apologize. Senator Cole first. I apologize, and Speaker Summers.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to speak about the issue of timing and, holdouts or not holdouts, that's irrelevant at this point. I mean, you folks are the ones dealing with the situation directly, but my tying up too much money for too long. I mean, I may give you 2 more years, that's about the end of my rope. We just can't continue. I mean, and it may be that the holdouts are going to win. I don't know. But maybe the holdouts will find out there's nothing to hold out to, and maybe they'll have another point of view. I'm not sure. But the money we're talking about is just getting away from us. It's escalating to the point that cost for the water, you folks in the own district don't want to afford it. So there's going to be a point, and it's coming up soon, I think, that people are going to lose their appetite for this. So, I mean, I'm not blaming anyone. I mean, I know you're doing the best you can do. But what I'm saying is the reality of the cost of this project is getting outrageous to the point where it's just not worth it. And I hope we can come to a conclusion. We've got a lot of money invested in this. I don't like throwing away millions of dollars for a failed project. And I know you don't either. But we've got to come to some conclusion. Else I'm done personally. I'm not going to wait around past 2 years. That'll be it. I just want to make that real clear that I have my limits with this, and I realize you're all trying to do the right thing for the right reasons, but it's not working out for us. So for those reasons, I think there's an end to this project if it doesn't move forward. I think eventually we have to just cut bait and run. So just wanted to add that. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
So sorry about that, Senator Cole. Okay, Speaker Summers.
Madam Chairman, thank you. My question is on condemnation. So I remember at one point there was a discussion of that. I don't think, the legislature's certainly not going to probably support that, would be my guess. But what is is that still a route and who makes that decision and how does that come to be if that is a route?
Director,
Madam Chair.
and you might be looking to Patrick.
Yeah. So I think the message has been clear from the legislature and the commission on not being interested in that, which is why the district is doing everything they can in mediation and at the mercy of mediation and trying to work this out with landowners. And that's the best they can do. So we know it's, they need additional money, obviously. And if condemnation comes into that discussion, obviously they're probably not going to get the additional money in the legislature because of that. So.
Patrick, do you have anything to add for us? I know you've been sitting here all day.
Yeah, thanks. I'm happy to speak.
Go ahead.
I think Jason really summed it up nicely. Oh, thanks. Senator Larson stole my mic, but I think Director Mead summed it up nicely. And that, as far as I understand it, there's no appetite by the legislature to see anything remotely close to condemnation, eminent domain. And the commission has authority to exercise that power, but that would effectively kill the project. The Watershed Improvement District also has that authority, but I believe that would effectively kill the project as well, because the legislature's not going to like that very much. And that's where I see it, and that's how I understand it.
Madam Chair, I would just add to, from the very beginning of this project, it's always been, we're trying to help people with storage and late season supplemental irrigation. It's never been an intent to harm anybody's operations or their property. We realize, I've been working on this thing since it seems like I started at Water Development, but not everybody can benefit from a project, and that's what's causing some of the issues. And we're looking, I should say the district is looking for any way possible to make people whole, or again, not impact their operations and in fact improve their operations. So again, I think that's been loud and clear that there's support from this body to do that. And so I think that's the intent with the mediation moving forward.
Thank you, Director.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Suker.
what are we into this project today? Does anybody have a number?
Off the top of my head, I would probably say roughly $5 million. By the time you add up feasibility studies and geotechnical investigations, getting the permitting through NEPA and getting through 50% design, it's somewhere in that ballpark, I'm guessing.
So with that said, if we say, okay, let's allocate 2 more years, is there an anticipated cost of what that would cost? Just rough, and I know we don't have.
Madam Chair, I don't know. I'm hopeful with the new
What do we
administration
have?
that
I
costs
guess-
will start coming down.
I guess, what do we have that's gonna cost us money in the next 2 years? Besides permitting, correct, and loans? Are we doing engineering? We're working on plans?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Suker, so the design would need to be finished. Whatever easement acquisition costs, and then of course the construction costs.
Right,
Thank
but
you.
Is that what
but
your
the
question was?
construction would come, I'm just using the 2 years. If it doesn't get built, what is our anticipated cost? Just rough. Got 5 million in it now?
Probably not much more because the design is on hold until the easements are acquired.
Okay.
So it's just time and discussions.
It's sitting there then,
And,
okay.
the engineers have been helping with some of the discussions on the technical aspects, so a little bit of cost there.
So it wouldn't be a lot, that's what we can say.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Hosey, and then Chairman Steinmetz.
Madam Chair, I would like to move that we extend the project deadline for 2 years.
Okay, before we do that, then I think I'll go ahead first and take the comment from Chairman Steinmetz. I apologize.
Oh, thank you. All right. Well, I'm glad you're making a motion, but I just wondered, Jason, just logistically, what do we get an interest? I mean, do we accrue any interest on that money while it's sitting there waiting? Oh, and what is that rate of return that we're getting on that?
Madam Chair, it sits in account 3. It's not, it's not going anywhere. The rate of return,
It's the 5-year, I think, currently just 88.52.
yeah, it's
Okay.
no different than any of the other 3 or 2 accounts.
Okay.
All right, so without further discussion, we do have a motion by Commissioner Hosey to extend the date for 2 years instead of the 4 years recommended on this.
Second.
A second by Commissioner Cott. Any discussion? I'm going to just say something. I have concerns that the one easement that was asked for was a $25 million pipeline across the property. I really feel, I mean, if that's their starting point, it's an outrageous amount to ask for. So I have some heartburn even saying it'll ever go forward, but given that, I will go with the 2 years and pray that you guys can make some progress, because otherwise, I know we have NEPA, I know we have 50% design, but at a certain point, we got to move on if we're being held hostage to things, especially if we're not going to do condemnation and eminent domain. I mean, no one has a stomach for that in this body, and I don't think we do on select water either. And if I'm wrong, feel free, select water, let me know, but I think the answer is no. And so that would be my comment. Any other comments on the 2-year extension? No? Okay, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, the extension's passed at 2 years. Mr. Joyce, I apologize.
Madam Chairman, if I could, maybe get this opportunity to have a little guidance from you. The guidelines that Water Development Commission has is that once you do an appraisal of a piece of property, the offer is made based on that appraisal, a certified appraiser. And that's what we've done during this project. And in fact, it's gone on long enough that some of the appraisals increased, and so they had to be increased. The offers had to be increased for easements. The only leeway we have then to make offers to people for easements or acquisitions is that guideline, which is the appraisal. We can work with the owners for infrastructure improvements, and that $25 million pipeline is one example of something that you can offer within the project. But otherwise, that's all we can do is offer things that come under the construction part of the project, not the easement part of the project. If the commission and the committee are interested in offering money above and beyond what the appraised value of that property is, if you want to work with Jason, and if that's something you're interested in doing, there may be a way there that we could offer more money, just cash, and get an easement and move the project ahead. And it would save the state possibly some money in the long run that they wouldn't lose. But that's entirely up to you and the staff, and I don't want an answer for it right now, but that's one direction that if that's the direction we got, the engineers and us could negotiate with a different set of terms. Right now, the only thing we can negotiate with is infrastructure on the improvements on the ground that come out of the construction part of the project, not the permitting and easement.
Right, we understand, Mr. Joyce. Representative Crago, did you have something to say to that?
I hesitate, but I will. Actually, thank you, Madam Chairman. I actually don't think that's a bad idea. I mean, if this project has any chance of moving forward, I think we're going to have to be willing probably to offer more than market on some of that stuff. If we're not willing to condemn or use eminent domain, then I'm guessing, just knowing the little bit I know about the project, that's going to be your only option to move this project forward. But what that looks like or what the appetite of the legislature is to do something along those lines, I don't know. I can only speak for myself.
Thank you. Director Mead, how does that work? I know obviously the appraised value is one thing, but, and maybe that's also for you, Patrick, to just say, how do we negotiate if we want to go a little bit beyond? I mean, we don't want to necessarily get held hostage to 25 billion. I mean, it's a ton of money, but, say, okay, we'll give some more where we've invested 5 million is a different thing. How does that work, Patrick and Director Mead?
Madam Chair, I would suggest kind of like they're planning to do, kind of work stepwise through things. I know they have some ideas that don't necessarily involve above appraised value, but if it goes there, then my suggestion would be we would bring that back to the body here. And I don't know if it would need to be an executive session or not to discuss moving forward. Our attorney has any.
Patrick?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I would definitely think that would be a discussion for executive session, but I say, like Director Mead said, let's go step by step and maybe see how this mediation goes before we pull anything nuclear.
Great. Thank you, Patrick. So basically, your hands aren't tied to the appraisal value, but they are tied to something reasonable at the end of the day, in my mind, but go forth and good luck.
Madam Chair, our office, Bill, Lucky Bill, has been involved in those discussions, so I guess he can understand what's reasonable. He's a reasonable man.
Don't kill Bill.
Madam Chair,
He'll keep the
Madam Chair.
John under control.
Madam Chair,
All right, thank you. We've had a motion.
Chair.
Do you have a comment, Vice Chair?
I have a question.
See, they don't even-
Not having been involved in any of these where we were having to pay more than appraised value for an easement. Is that covered by statute that it is not to exceed appraised value? Who has the authority to allow payment for an easement at a higher rate? Is that a commission authority? Is that?
Yeah. Madam Chair, Commissioner Craig, I don't have an answer for that.
Patrick, we turn to you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Craig, I don't have an answer for that off the top of my head. I mean, I would venture that's definitely something that's going to need legislative approval.
First commission and legislative probably approval. Okay,
Madam Chair,
yes, Commissioner Glick.
I got a question for you guys. Is, they want that pipeline? Is that pipeline, would that go on that same land or would it be on a different piece of land? And is it, is there water rights on the other side or is that how, or how does that work?
Madam Chairman, the pipeline would be replacing an open ditch that goes through Hamilton Ranch. And although it would generally follow the same path or alignment as the ditch, there are some places where the ditch would be straightened with, the pipeline would be straight and the ditch meanders. So it wouldn't be a different piece of property. It would have a slightly different alignment than what the ditch has.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Joyce. I think since we've already voted on the motion, I guess we'll go ahead and move on. We'll hope good luck to you. And we're going to move on to the next item on it.
Madam Chairman, before we do, could I say one thing?
Yes, you can.
Okay, just before I think it would be helpful too if we just need to think about are the rest of the people who may not be for the project knowing about these meetings too, because sometimes that gets to be a little bit of the rub, I think, too, is that we're only hearing one side here at this meeting. So if you guys can start working together and come together so that we kind of know that you're starting to work together, I think that would be helpful as well. Just because sometimes we feel like we get in the middle of things and it'd be nice to, if you get a united front, to have that available for us to see at one of our meetings as well. Does that make sense?
Just so I understand, so if we're negotiating with some of the other people that are not that we're trying to get easements from, you would like us to try to get them to come to a select water committee also, a meeting, or?
Yes, or get a letter of support or something that is indicating progress, that it's that we're not torn in between, because sometimes things get lost in translation. I'll just put it that way.
Sure. If we have some success at the next mediation, we'll give you
at least maybe minutes or a summary of the mediation.
Yeah,
And if the other parties would like to add to it, we can't really tell them that they have to do something, but we can suggest that they
yes.
put something together, sure.
That, yeah, I would never want you to, but maybe just so that they have the information, look, we are appearing at a water development meeting. If you'd like to provide some input, we'd sure appreciate being able to take that on your behalf or something. I think that's a part of working more collaboratively as well.
Okay,
Yeah, thank you.
thank you.
All right, good luck. Thanks. All right. Appreciate it, Derek. Appreciate it, Mr. Trice. All right, the next one is the Middle Piney Reservoir. And this is additional time as well.
Yep.
Director?
So Madam Chair, this is where the State of Wyoming Water Development Commission, essentially office, has a special use permit with the Bridger Teton National Forest to reconstruct Middle Piney Reservoir and then manage or operate and manage the reservoir for the next, I don't remember how many years is left in the special use permit. But the point being, the reconstruction is substantially complete. It was substantially complete in the late fall of 2023. We were able to partially fill the reservoir this spring, summer. Like any dam built on an ancient landslide, it leaks, but every dam leaks. It's much safer than it was. But we need to get a full fill before the Forest Service will kind of sign off on everything. And so we're anticipating to try to do that again this coming spring and summer. And we don't want the money to revert the leftover funds until we get that done and then understand, is there any kind of modifications or anything else that needs to be done to the dam? We don't want to lose that funding. I will say, even with a partial fill last summer, that the district was able to utilize that water and they didn't have to go into regulation. So that was great for them. They're already seeing the benefits of it. And we anticipate here very near future, probably I'm guessing sometime this spring. I don't think we'll have it done by December, but the intent has always been to enter into an agreement with the Middle Piney Watershed Improvement District to operate and maintain that structure on behalf of Water Development Commission, because they're locally and it doesn't make sense for us to try to be operating it from Cheyenne. For basically a nominal fee, we've always talked about $10,000, if I remember correctly, plus their time in operating and maintaining and kind of the normal operation and maintenance of it. So that's to come. What's in front of you here today is just to extend the reversion date on the funding for 2 years to make sure we have everything set and that we can operate it into the future.
Thank you, Director. Any questions? Pretty straightforward. Okay. Seeing no questions, all those in favor, or well, I guess I need a motion for, I'm getting tired of going ahead and make my own motion. I need a motion to extend it to 2 years.
I so move to extend 2 years for the Middle Piney Reservoir.
Commissioner Cott? Second?
Second.
Okay, second from Commissioner Hosey. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Same sign? Okay, that is passed. The next thing we have is the middle proposed river storage feasibility study.
Madam Chair, so this is just another study that we discussed in May. And again, went through the competitive consultant selection process. The budget for this particular level 2 study is $551,000.
Okay, so we need a motion for the $551,000, correct?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would move to accept the office's recommendation to move the storage feasibility study from Middle Pojo River Level 2 for $551,000.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Is that Commissioner Pence? Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion is passed.
All right, so that brings us to the end of the recommendations. I appreciate it. I don't know if we'll do this again, trying to shove it all into 1 year or 1 day, but we'll see. So the last 2 things on the agenda, one is Bill brought this up in the workshop yesterday. Seems like more than just yesterday. But That's the Buffalo Wells and Transmission, and we've got Kevin Schleibernagel, if I pronounced that correctly.
And can you just direct us to where we're looking on what page right now? I'm trying to find it.
So we're back to the e-notebook instead of the recommendations e-notebook, and we are under tab A, page 8.
Thank you.
And Bill, why don't you remind him real quick of what we talked about yesterday?
So just to remind you from a long time ago, we went over this project yesterday about sponsors contingency funds. This is for the Buffalo Wells backup water to back up their surface water using well water. They have received a bid, have awarded that bid moving forward, but they did that basically nearly emptying out their reserves. So they're just asking if we could supplement some of that additional cost. Basically, it would be of the additional money, it's about 31.2% of the additional money, which is about 22.9% of the original budget increase. And that would bring us in pretty close to a 55-44 match on this project that was originally a 67-33% to complete this project.
Thank you, Bill. And would either of you like to speak to any of this real quickly? Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Madam Chairman, I'm the city of Buffalo. Appreciates your time and support in this project. It's real important to the city. It's a good emergency backup for the city of Buffalo, and just thank you.
Okay.
Yep, Madam Chair, Jeff Barron, the engineer for the project. This was originally a level 1 project that jumped into a level 3 project. It had 2 construction components. One was the feasibility and the construction of the wells, and then the design for the piping to get to the water treatment plant. That was some of the delay from the 2019 timeline up until now. And in light of the recent events, the Elk Fire demonstrates the need for the project, and just looking for some supplemental funds and recognizing a discount as far as that 67-33% match.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bill. Okay, yes. Commissioner Suker.
I think yesterday we had a conversation about you having a grant request into the SLIB. And I think the SLIB meets in February. And I guess my opinion is, as long as we have that, I would curtail our funds and use the ones from the SLIB. That'd be my opinion. You got, what, 3 more months before they meet? Is that right? Probably around the 1st of February?
Madam Chair, Chairman Suker, that's correct. They meet in February, and so we do have that allotment of time. We have recognized, and what's boiled into the number is a portion of the funds that don't meet the standard of water development. Those have been taken out. That's part of the reason for the reduction.
I guess I always entice people to go look for other funds if they can find them some other place, even though we have a contingency fund. And I think we have a fund for this particular item. Jason, where are we with that fund? Do you know? How much money do we have in our contingency?
This would be account 1, so it's roughly $5 million in account 1.
5 million.
Yeah.
Mr. Brewer, do you have some attack?
I was just going to say that the town is, for this additional funding, is looking at contributing about 68.8% of the additional funding. So they're not asking, the original project was 67-33. For this additional funding, we flip-flopped that where they're asking for basically 31.2 from the commission and 68.8 from themselves or other sources. So I think they have stepped up in obtaining additional funds.
So with that said, I guess they would vacate their grant request to the SLIB.
Is
if
that
we,
a grant or is that a loan?
which is it?
The funding request is a grant through the MRG program.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Suker. Essentially, what they're asking for here is a $284,064 budget increase where they do take the full revised budget to a 5544. Well, yeah, essentially 5545. And so the question is whether we want to do that. Commissioner Suker has suggested that we try to get them to get the money from this other funding, but I'm not sure. I think they're taking on more of the monetary costs. So I'd have a question about it. Go ahead, Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I guess I just, and I don't know if anybody here knows, we can maybe find out before December, but how much is left in MRGs? Because I know I've been hearing from some of my local fire districts today that we have an account that basically pays for any cost for fires to our local firemen. And then when we get repaid, the state forester gets repaid from the feds. We're just the cushion in between. We've run out of that. We're not even able to pay our fire districts because of how vast our fires have been this year. So I'm just wondering what's left in MRGs. Has any of it been used for emergency fire suppression this year or costs associated with that? Does anyone know? Because the funding could be very limited in that pool depending on if they've used any of it associated with any of that or if it qualifies.
Madam Chair, Chairman, I can speak a little bit about, and I'll just put a different hat on. I'm the chief on the fire department in Ranchester and participated a great deal in the Elk Fire. Part of the way the funding, and it's not been devised yet. So what they have to do is on an acreage basis, the cost share is split between private and public. And so while they're logistically adding up the dollars that were spent on the fire and are being spent today, then once that's complete, it's up to a 2-year process before they figure out the split and then assign the monetary amount to the state through the forester.
Speaker Summers.
Madam Chairman, thank you. You know, just this is a comment by me. It would appear to me that the town is stepping up for 69% of this contingency money. I would think that that we could cover the rest with a grant. I mean, that's pretty good. I think they're covering quite a bit of the contingency. I think it's a pretty good deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Summers. Okay, so it's up to the commission, but what we're looking for, what the recommendation is from the office is that we would do the proposed budget increase of $284,064. And this would have to be approved by both us and Select Water, is my understanding. Right, Director Mead?
Madam Chair, so there is an amendment to their agreement that reflects this. So you just, if you are in favor of it, you would just accept the amendment to their project agreement to include the additional funding. Yes. Yeah, since you review and recommend, it probably makes sense for you guys to go first.
Okay, so Select Water, it's up to you first.
All right, Select Water Committee, you've heard the discussion. I would entertain a motion. Representative Craigo.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Move to approve the amendment to the contract.
Second.
It's been moved by Craigo, seconded by Summers. Is there any discussion? Discussion on the amendment? Discussion, seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. That motion has passed. Select Water, back to you, Madam Chairman.
Okay, so it has passed Select Water. And so now I'm just looking for a motion to approve the amendment to the project agreement Buffalo Wells.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I
Commissioner
move
Wilson.
we approve the amendment. for the Buffalo Wells.
Great.
Second.
Commissioner Cott, second. Okay, any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. So it's two, right? Pince and Suker saying no. Okay, that motion passes. Thank you. All right. So Director, what's our next?
Okay, Madam Chair, pretty much one more item.
Cheyenne?
George, come on up. Yep.
So the next item on our agenda is the transfer of the Belvoir Wells and Cheyenne. So George, good job. You're killing them off one by one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today for your consideration is a recommendation presented by the office for approval of a well transfer to a sponsor for an original level 2 study. By chance, we may have joining us online Frank Strong or Brad Brooks from the Board of Public Utilities. Great. So if you do have any questions directly for Board of Public Utilities, then you could direct those Brad's way. The background
This is
for
on page 51, just of the e-notebook in case.
sorry, yeah, that's tab G of the e-notebook at page 51. Thank you. The background here is that the Water Development Commission and Select Water have been having some discussions about so-called wells on the idle well list or wells that have not been acquired by a sponsor. These two wells represent a portion of that population, so some favorable headway on that effort. These wells were drilled as part of a middle 2000s study for the east side of the Belvoir Ranch. And the original construction cost for these wells is $218,000. The wells to this day have sat unused. And a little bit of history here is that a couple of years ago, the Board of Public Utilities approached the commission about trying to tie these in with maybe a couple more wells. That level 3 study was ultimately declined. They came back for a groundwater grant, hoping to drill a couple of wells. And the outcome of that was that they became a little bit concerned after evaluating the well field in this area that there were going to be some long-term water level declines. Associated with that, though, is the idea that they will probably need these wells as replacements for some of their aging wells, maybe wells that will no longer have a good enough water level in the area. So in some discussions with the office and Board of Public Utilities, they have agreed, as proposed on later pages, both in a request letter and then by a resolution from their actual board. They are proposing to purchase these wells from the commission for the original construction cost for them. So this isn't something that represents a percentage in any way. It's the actual construction cost to drill these that the commission bore as part of the level 2 study. If you have any questions about that process or want to hear it more in depth, I certainly can tell you about those things. Once again, questions for BOPU would be to Brad Brooks, and there is a recommended motion at the bottom of that page on page 51, just embracing the idea that ultimately this will have to become part of enabling legislation.
Thank you, George, for that concise summary. Thank you, Brad. Is that right, Brad, is joining us? The motion is obviously that we would approve the purchase by the Cheyenne Board of Public Utilities for number 5 and number 6 for $218,000. And but that motion is at the bottom of page 51. And Brad, did you want to add anything before we moved onward to vote on this? Okay, not hear anything from Brad. Is there any
I'm here.
discussion on this?
I apologize, Madam Chair.
Oh.
Yeah, Brad Brooks is
Sorry.
here. We don't have anything additional to add. I think George did a great job of giving an overview. Like he said, these are two wells that we would be interested in purchasing so that we, in the future date, can possibly use them as backup wells for wells that may fail. We also have done a really elaborate groundwater model in the Belvoir area. And what we've seen is there's a pretty good drawdown on this aquifer, and we just feel like this would be the best use for those wells rather than building 2 additional production wells that are just going to further dewater that aquifer. So we appreciate your consideration of this. And again, always appreciate everything that the Water Development Commission has helped us with over the years. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Any discussion? Okay, do we have a motion for someone?
Chair,
Hey, Commissioner,
move that the commission approves purchase Belvoir number 5, Belvoir number 6 wells for $218,000. Further, the commission recommends that 2025 omnibus water bill construction contain language authorizing the transfer.
thank you. Do I have a second? Second from Vice Chair Craig. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Great. Well, good job, George.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, other items requiring commission action, Director? Any?
Madam Chair, no.
Okay, then the final item is the future meeting schedule.
Yep, so next meeting, December 17th, 18th for the commission in Cheyenne at our office. And then the following day, the 19th, we'll be meeting with Select Water Committee, and that will be to review the draft omnibus bills that came out of what we talked about today. So hopefully fairly short meeting,
And tomorrow, the meeting for Select Water starts here again at 8:30. Is that correct?
8:30.
Think so.
I believe that's accurate, yes.
At our agenda.
Just checking.
And then just one thing, Barry has worked on a schedule for
8:30.
next year, and we want to make sure we don't have any conflicts. Not sure we have a lot of room for changes, but we can talk through it real quick.
And thank you, Madam
Barry?
Chair. Members of Commission, Select Water, before you, for your.
It's on page 57.
Page
so you can look at it.
57, the proposed schedule for next year, and I'll run through it very quickly. I think you know that because of the long legislative session coming up, we only have 5 meetings in the year of 2025. The session actually is scheduled to tentatively end around Thursday, March 6th. So we are proposing to have our first meeting. Usually it happens about 10 days after the session. And so we're proposing March 18th and 19th for the workshop and the meeting. As I said, that's about 10 days after session. And at that meeting, that's where you do election of officers and we approve all the contracts. If you remember, prior to that, Select Water will have weighed in on those, make recommendations, and then you will actually take formal action to approve those contracts at the March 19th meeting. And it'll be level 1, level 2, level 3, and all our small water project program contracts. And so that'll be at the March meeting. Then fast forward a little bit, we go to May. And we are proposing May 6th through 8th. One of the things we want to do is an orientation. We know that we'll have a lot of new members, most likely. And so we would like to do an orientation prior to going into the workshop and the meeting the following 2 days. The May 8th would then be the joint meeting with Commission Select Water. And that is the meeting where we take up all the planning applications and we hear from the sponsors and so forth. That starts that whole process. I might mention, just so you get a feel for what dates we use this year. This year, that meeting was May 8th and 9th. So we're talking 7th and 8th. So it's about a day offset. And then we go to August. And August, of course, is the big commission joint Select Water meeting with a workshop tour and the meeting. And we'll choose a location. Typically, we choose that location next month at the December meeting. That's where, so you all should be thinking about where you'd like to go this coming year. And we'll start working on that immediately to get lodging and all the logistics. So that'll be, anyway, we're looking August 5th through 7th. And for those so interested, State Fair is the following week. I know that's always an issue. So we're not conflicting with State Fair. We heard that loud and clear. Okay. Anyway, State Fair is August 12th through 16th, so we would be before that. And this is comports with what we did this year. This year it was August 6th to 8th, so right in the same timeline. Then in September, it's commission only. That's where we do the interviews for consultant selection. And then the last day is the meeting and selection approval. And we're proposing to do that September 22nd to the 24th for the interviews, depending on how many applications we get. We may not use all those days. And then the 25th, obviously, would be the meeting itself. And then last but not least, fast forward 1 year from now, would be our November meeting where we take up all the new projects and so forth. We don't have theoretically no elections to deal with, so that'll be helpful. And also we wanted to stay off Veterans Day, which is November 11th. And so we're proposing November 4th, 5th, and 6th. Here again in Casper, centrally located, November 4th for the workshop and the 5th through the 6th for the joint meeting with Commission Select Water. So, and there will be no December meeting because the following year, can't believe I'm already talking 2026, but the following year is a short session. So we'd have a January meeting. So that's it, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Barry. Any questions on that? No? Okay. Speaker Summers.
Madam Chairman, I'm not going to be around here, but you hear this, there's this whole list of rehabilitation, whether it's the Goshen tunnels or whether it's that other diversion structure there that's 100 years old and it's going to cost 100 million. And then, there was just a project in Fremont County that's looking at going to be another kind of a dam, right? I mean, it's going to be trying to increase storage in an area. And maybe you're doing this, but somehow that needs to get, in my opinion, needs to get all mapped out where people can kind of see what it is and what potential costs are to try to understand the totality of what is out there. I think if they plop down at the last minute, the state of Wyoming is not going to be able to prepare for this. And whether we have the money or not, I don't know, but at the very least, need to kind of start, in my opinion, start saying what's out there, what's potentially out there, what these costs could be. It's substantial. It's mind-boggling amount of money that we, the state of Wyoming, has to start preparing for if we want to do these projects. We got to try to figure out how to stage things, in my opinion.
I think that's a great point, Speaker Summers.
Madam Chair, and I appreciated that, Speaker Summers, and have been talking to Chairman Steinmetz, and part of the little bit of an orientation that we'll give at the legislative session, we'll kind of recap the critical aging irrigation infrastructure study, and we could try to work some of these more recent developments into that conversation too, but I agree. It's not going to be something that they can prepare for if it's in front of them in, December of the year they need it. It's going to need to be thought out, so. Appreciate that suggestion.
Great, thank you. Any other further discussion? Senator Cole?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I'd like to just dovetail on to the last conversation. I think my time sitting here trying to understand the total cost of a project is really difficult because I hear two different things. I hear that, okay, we got the face value is $50 million. But then after 6 years, 7 years, we're talking over 100 million. I would certainly think it'd be beneficial for anybody new coming on this select water, or at whatever level, that they understand the reality of time that it takes to get something done. And the consequence of the time that it took to get it done, the inflation, obviously it's impossible to peg it exactly, but to give people a rough idea for prioritization, as was spoken about by Speaker Summers, I just think it'll benefit everybody to understand exactly what we're getting into as a member making decisions on a future project or making choices between projects. What's feasible, how much time. I have just never heard that. I hear the back end of it where it's taken us X amount of years and potentially, lose money, or just more of a reality check on the fiscal cost of a project. And maybe that's a better way of saying it. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Any further comments? Okay, otherwise we look for motion to adjourn. And second. All right. All in favor, say aye. All right, I'll say no. All right, we're adjourned. Thank you to everyone for your putting in the long hours. We do appreciate it.